Good morning, Team Topstep, our futures family. It is time for the opening call, Wednesday, October 18th. That date always puts a chill up my hold on a second here, up my spine, knowing what tomorrow is. I was in the S&P pit on October the 19th, 1987.
Wow.
Let's hope nothing like that happens. But you're in the right place, ladies and gentlemen, for futures information, education, fellowship, and fun. As always, our focus really is on accurate context and the opening call here, good risk management and patience. Good morning to my good friend, Andre. How are you this morning?
I'm doing great, John. Big day today. We've got a lot of headlines coming out from the Middle East. It's having an impact on the markets throughout the day. So please pay attention to the headline risk coming out across the wires. Full slate of Fed speakers said Tesla, Netflix earnings after the bell, which I'm sure you're going to touch on. Treasury yields at 16-year highs. So with that being said, I think it's very important that we stay on our toes, stay nimble, stay agile in your trades, and don't get married to positions as developments play out from all across the globe.
Absolutely. And, you see that spike in crude prices last night?
Sure did. It's I feel like that's going to be a theme moving forward. We've got to be very alert, and it's very hypersensitive to, like I said, the headlines coming out across the globe.
Right. And there's a 4.3 million barrel draw from the API last night. Didn't help that either, right?
Yep. There's that too. So yeah, I mean, just in terms of economic releases as well, also playing into these factors as it should.
Well, speaking of economic releases, excellent segue.
Oh, nice.
We've got mortgage applications. The week before last were up 0.6%, down 6.9% as rates continue to go higher. Those mortgage applications continue to fall. Rates again higher. Yep. 2 weeks ago, 7.67%. Last week, 7.7%. We've got housing starts and permits. Starts were a little bit lower than expected. Permits a little bit higher than expected. What's it all mean? Can anybody take all that information and tell me what to do with it? It's so difficult to digest and understand how traders are going to use all this information. We are still waiting for the 9:30 EIA petroleum status report, where they're looking for a 300,000 barrel draw in crude, much smaller than the draw that was announced by the API last night. Mm-hmm. And then it's nothing but talking Feds for the rest of the day. 11 Central, Waller, 11:30, Williams, 12 o'clock, Bowman. Oh, one more thing. The Beige Book comes out at 1 p.m. Central today. Probably not going to be all that impactful. All that does really is put the marker in front of me that it's 2 weeks from today till the next FOMC meeting. It's
exactly
2 weeks after the Beige Book comes out. At 2:15, another talking Fed, Harker. And at 5:55 p.m. tonight, Lisa Cook will be speaking. So the ones that I saw on my schedule, about 5 talking Feds today. Don't forget tomorrow, we do have the benefit of Chairman Powell speaking during the session yesterday. So that should be a good one. As far as earnings are concerned, yesterday we had Johnson & Johnson beat earnings on both earnings per share and revenues. Today, Procter & Gamble does the same, beating on both earnings per share and revenues. The big banks are doing really well. Morgan Stanley, U.S. Bancorp, all of them, both of them beating expectations. We had the NASDAQ come out. NASDAQ Inc. beating on both expectations. Some of the smaller banks seem to be struggling. Northern Trust and Citizens Financial Group both missed on earnings per share and revenues. I wonder if there's some sort of a hint to that as to the overall health of the banking sector.
Yep.
Yes, as Andre mentioned, we have Tesla after the close. We have Netflix after the close. We have Discover and Alcoa also after the close, with a plethora of others. But I think those are the ones that are most recognized and probably the most impactful at the end of the day today.
Jam-packed.
It's Wednesday. Eddie is already halfway through his week off. We miss Eddie very much, and we're hoping that he is really enjoying his well-deserved time off.
Yep.
And again, it's October 18th, October 19th, 1987, a date that I will never forget. I was not trading at that time. I was an ARB clerk, and it was some of the scariest periods in market volatility that I've ever seen. It started on Friday, followed through on Monday. And I don't think I slept all weekend. I was so worried about the risk and the doing things right. And I was working for people who were at risk. I wasn't personally at risk, but it was so important to me to do things right and to check everything and get the orders right, because the bid and offer in the S&P pit it sometimes was 10, 20, 30 handles apart.
Unreal.
That's how volatile it was. That's how thin it was. Some people really profited from that. Some people never came back after that Monday.
Unbelievable. Unreal.
It was a very unbelievable and scary time. Maybe we'll have some stories to tell about that later on, but we should probably jump into the charts. What do you think, Andre?
Sounds good. When I do talking shop later today, I'm going to ask you some questions about that, because you were just you were young back then, right?
Yeah, I was like 23 years old.
Jeez, your head must have been spinning.
And the amount of nominal value of the contracts we were trading and the volatility in them. There were literally billions of dollars that passed through my hands those days.
My goodness.
Unbelievable.
All right, we'll touch on that in talking shop if we'll have some time. But yeah, let's get into the numbers.
Yes. All right. Well, even the S&Ps, we're still range bound. We had a really nice test of that weekly kickoff high yesterday. We'll talk a little bit more about how that happened yesterday, but this was an area. Remember, weekly kickoff levels are areas where I think longer time frame traders are likely to adjust inventories. We got up to that level. It rejected. We had a pretty good pullback off that level, really good opportunity off that. So the weekly kickoff level proved to be too high yesterday. Volume was a little bit better yesterday. We did add 5,900 in open interest, but overall, Andre, we are still in a short time frame area of balance. Balance rules apply. Short time frame control applies. Short time frame levels more likely to be recognized or respected inside this area of balance. What am I looking at as the balance low? Well, we've got that tasty little naked point of control down here at 43.5650. I left it on the daily chart because it really kind of envelops the area of balance that we're currently in. Volume was a little bit higher, not great. Open interest, we did add a little bit. So there's some energy coming into this. And we can almost see off this high, a lower high, off this low, higher lows. The market is starting to coil, and that's going to hopefully build some energy for a nice big fat upside move later on, maybe this week, next week, whatever it is. That's just a wish. I'm hoping that we break to the upside. With the uncertainty in the world right now, it's impossible always for anybody to know what's going to happen. And as we always say, ACH, anything can happen.
That's right.
Take a look at the 30. See if we get any hints here. Yesterday, man, that overnight inventory started to get paid, but once they recognized that wasn't going to happen, the move was straight back to settlement, straight back to where the market opened. That's the importance of overnight inventory, ladies and gentlemen, especially when the market is in short time frame control. If you get the short time frame traders all short overnight and they don't get what they're looking for, the move is always in the opposite direction.
Right.
Here was our move up to 44.19 even. What did we put in as a high there? We would have had to withstand about 5 points of risk in order to stay in a trade if we got in right at 19. Well, the market pulled off. What are we looking at this morning? Overnight inventory short.
Yep.
Not quite as short as it was yesterday, but still overnight inventory short. Inside range, inside value, almost. Value low is presenting on this platform right here. This is the volume profile, value low. And by the way, today is Wednesday. Group coaching, 12 o'clock. We're going to go through all of the vocabulary and a lot of the features of the market profile, the volume profile, what's a point of control, what's value area, what's a weak high, what's a weak low, what's a buying tail, what's a selling tail, what's a naked point of control. All of those things we're going to go over today at noon in group coaching. Looking forward to seeing as many of you there. I always see a lot of questions about that in the chat. We're going to go over as much as we can in 1 hour. There's a lot of information. There's a lot to learn, a lot to know about the profiles. We're just going to try and get everybody up to speed as far as the vocabulary is concerned. And over time, we're going to learn more and more about the profiles, because to me, it's the one thing that saved me from having to do something else for the rest of my life. All right. So overnight inventory short in range. Opening range yesterday down here, we saw some rejection down there. Where's that naked point of control that we're looking at as the lower extreme of balance? Down here, okay, there it is, 43.56.50. We tested to this point of control yesterday. We tested weekly kickoff high that proved to be too expensive. That's an unfair high, although it's not a big excess high, and we still have a recent high in the overnight session. I don't think the upside is done here, but because we're in range, if we fail at one extreme, the target is to the other extreme, which would put us back down here near this naked point of control. All right. The profile yesterday ended up being a double distribution trend day. We left the initial balance at the low of the session. We extended higher, but we just ended up rotating at the end of the day, leaving the point of control centrally located. This is a neutral, normal variation trading day. After a neutral, normal variation trading day, price tends to seek other areas to facilitate trade. What's the market's job? It's to facilitate trade. If it doesn't facilitate trade here, it's going to seek other levels. So we looked higher. Maybe there's that opportunity for us to take this market and look lower. I know our overnight inventory shorts would appreciate that opportunity. We don't know what's going to happen. So we'll watch the open. If the opening range offers a cheap opportunity, that may be something I might take this morning, because it looks like we're more likely going to be opening outside of value from yesterday, which may offer an earlier opportunity. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with being patient, letting that first hour of trade establish the range, and then focus on that range, those extremes for your opportunities. All right.
Got it.
Nazi.
NQ.
NASDAQ. So similar, but yet a little bit different. We never got to weekly kickoff high yesterday. The NASDAQ is presenting not quite as strong as it has been because of that. We're still range bound, but we never really got to the upper extreme of the area of balance yesterday. We can test the lower extreme of balance, which kind of looking at that lower extreme, 15,120. That was a big number if I remember yesterday. We talked about 120 quite a bit.
Yes, we did.
Looking at that, because it's really the low of the candle bodies right here.
Yeah.
Everything below that is kind of excess. So we're looking at 15,120 is kind of an important low of the current area of balance. Now, again, nothing is finite in trading. Nothing is exact. So we'll look for opportunities, perhaps down at this lower end of balance. Balance rules, we fade the extremes, we go with breakouts. Fade the extremes, go with breakouts. Fade the extremes, and go with breakouts. A breakout has to give signal that it is showing acceptance. Acceptance is subjective. And again, anything can happen. Yes. All right. Take a look at the 30. All right. So did we really get to the test of this naked point of control from Friday yesterday? Or from Monday, I should say, yesterday? To me, that's close enough for rock and roll.
Cool.
When you're listening to a rock and roll band, if they're almost in tune, that seems to be good enough, and I'm thinking that's close enough. Right? So we did test to this point of control. We tested to that point of control. We talked about repair yesterday, and that's pretty much what we did in the NASDAQ. We had a pretty decent increase in volume. Take a look here. This is the daily chart again. So that's the daily volume yesterday. So it was pretty decent.
Yes, it was.
The question then is, why then did we have an open interest so inert? We lost approximately 200 in open interest. Nobody cared yesterday in the NASDAQ. Nobody changed positions. Nobody accumulated or liquidated any kind of position yesterday. I find that to be somewhat interesting. Back to the 30. Let's take a look at the overnight inventory. Overnight inventory is short, below value. Where is our lower area of balance? Well, we did test to this point of control yesterday. I'm going to be a little bit more generous to the downside because the market's been presenting itself as a little bit weaker, if you ask me. There isn't any kind of auction grade that I can put on these equities markets because they're in balance. There's no auction. It's a two-sided rotational auction. So if we're aware of that, we know what we have to do. Fade the extremes, go with breakouts.
That's right.
Fade the extremes,
Go with breakouts.
There's no gap. There's only the overnight inventory with which to look for opportunities. And then over down here near these lows, we'll find the extreme of the area of balance. So watch what happens down there. Take a look at crude oil. This is going to be an interesting market this morning, as if they aren't always, right? It's one of the things that I love about these opportunities we have is they're different every day. Once you get the right answer, the market's going to change the questions. What makes it so challenging? So supply fears increased.
Right.
We've created the opportunity for us to test the weekly kickoff high in regular trading hours. Weekly kickoff high 87.50. We lost 28,000 in open interest, but that is still a function of rollover. Most of those losses, as a matter of fact, all of those losses came in the November contract. In the December contract, we added 1,900. In the January contract, we added 6,900 in open interest. So there is a lot of interest in the future prices here of crude oil. What does that do for us for being a day trader? It just makes volume and open interest blurry. Look at the volume yesterday. It wasn't tremendous. I mean, this is the new front month, and we're still kind of falling off in volume. It doesn't make sense. It's kind of confusing, but I'm kind of a caveman, and these charts frighten and confuse me. So we've got that open interest and volume continuing to be blurry for rollover. Crude oil rolls over every month. It makes me crazy.
Right.
So here's our move up overnight. We took out the last week's high. Last week's high was 86.51. We tested the weekly kickoff high. We rejected it. We looked above it. We rejected it. Now, this is all an overnight. What I'm interested in seeing is what happens when the major players come in the regular U.S. trading hour session. We've tested down through last week's low, showing potential rejection. We know that there was some overnight inventory to the long side. I'm viewing that as now reconciled. Do not use overnight inventory in your decision making at this point in the session here. Because, I mean, it's basically been reconciled. Where did we open? We opened here. Where did we trade to? Here. Overnight inventory reconciled. Don't use that.
Gotcha.
The question is going to be, are we going to reaccept inside value from yesterday or the range from yesterday? We have failed to close the gap relatively early. If we fail to close a gap relatively early, we should be looking for opportunities to trade in the direction of the gap, which would lead us to higher pricing. We're seeing a long shadow here at the on this 30-minute bar here off the open. Let me see where the opening range is here. The opening range is neither the high nor the low. We looked lower below last week's low. Last week's low looks kind of like an interesting level for us to be able to limit risk if we can get there. So
Gotcha.
The profile, normal variation day with a neutral stance. Price should be looking for new levels, and it is.
Gotcha.
Gold. There's gold in them thar hills.
Hmm.
All right. So we don't want to talk about the failure of this downside auction anymore. What we're interested in is the success of the new upside auction. Short time frame balance has broken to the upside. Now, when we take a look at what we've gone through this morning and in the overnight, we had last week's high.
Yeah.
We had the 100 session and 200 session moving average. We had weekly kickoff high. Yeah. We had this trend line, which goes way back to here. 1, 2, 3, 4 points, 5 points of contact. We've broken to the upside. You know what irks me about this, Andre, is
hit me.
When this happens, I don't participate in it because I don't trade at night. And it just complicates my opportunities for today.
Gotcha. Yes.
Right?
Yeah, I see that.
I'm looking for opportunity to find some sort of a pullback for continuation in this market. We see the dollar is up a little bit this morning, nothing tremendous, 106.35. We got VIX up higher here at 18.28. That's up about 2.75 or 2.25%. And we all know about the yields, right? So yes. The dollar is not really doing much. So I'm not particularly worried about that unless there's a big change. So this breakout, I mean, this is so concentrated as far as confluence in different things. Weekly kickoff, last week's high, 100 session, 200 session, trend line. What else do you want? I mean, this is a golden opportunity. If you were awake last night to try and catch that, oh my
sure
goodness.
Was.
And I was wasting my time sleeping last night.
You wouldn't have the juice to go today, though.
Son of a. All right. So
look at that breakout.
Here's the breakout. I mean, there's that trend line. I think it's showing a little bit lower on this 30-minute chart, but last week's high, weekly kickoff high, closing a gap. Well, did we really close that? I tend to look at gap closes during regular trading hours. Overnight inventory is obviously long. Obviously, so far in the first hour of trade here, our short time frame longs have been continuing to get paid. It's going to be a hard trade to buy into, but think about instead what you don't want to do today. You don't want to try and pick a top in a market that is this directional on the daily chart, on the 30-minute chart. If you do manage to pick the top, it's going to be dumb luck. You don't run yourself over. Don't say, here's the high, get short, get run over. Oh, no, here's the high, get short, get run over. Here's the high, get short, get run over. It's so difficult to buy a market that is in this current market state. So we think that the only thing that we can do, the only thing left for us to do is to try and sell it. And so many traders do this over and over again. They make that mistake over and over again. Just don't do it. So if there's one thing I can tell you about gold today, don't fight a directional market. That said, the high is in. The market loves to make a liar out of me.
So you're saying gold is going to test all the traders' patience today?
It's going to be very difficult to try and get into a direct. I mean, it's always been for me, Andre, when there's a trend, I find it very difficult to get into because I'm not a human being. I'm thinking, well, if I can't buy it, I got to sell it.
Right.
But that's the wrong thing to do. You don't want to do it. So again, think about what you don't want to do today in a directional market is fight it. Don't fight it.
Okay. Gold rallying hard.
Cut up.
Rallying hard. Don't try picking a top.
Yes.
Yeah. Got it. All right. I got my notes like for the four big players today. So yeah, we got a packed day of releases, speakers, and headlines. So yeah, this should be an interesting one.
Take your deep breath, traders. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. You start to get emotional. You probably already know what's going to happen when that happens. So, Andre, thanks for joining me this morning. We'll see you back here for
talking shop at 10 o'clock Chicago time. Let's have a good trade today. It's setting up to be a big day.
Trade well, everyone. We'll see you in just a few minutes. We're going to take a little short coffee break, get some coffee, and sit down, be ready for the equity open.
Let's go. Let's go. Bye.
Let's go. Welcome to Fast Markets, our team Topstep Futures family. It's good to see everybody. It's great to see MP here as always. And Deanna back with us today on Wednesday. It's good to see you, Deanna. You ready?
Yes, ready. It should be a good day. Yeah.
You got 15 trades in already?
Oh, whoa.
Yes, well, to be fair, I did trade DAX in London, so I did trade Durex products. Yeah, I've been doing that for a while now. I love DAX. It's a German 40 index.
Yes.
And it behaves itself really well. I find it pretty easy. And I just spend the first sort of couple of hours of the day just doing a couple of trades there. So it's been a good morning. So let's hope it continues.
You're in London. It's like the afternoon there. You have to have something to do.
Yeah, exactly. And I get up pretty early. I get up at 7 a.m. And, what else are you going to do? Trade, right?
Yeah, right. We're getting the DAX data to the trading combine here very, 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 very soon.
Excellent. That's good news.
Yeah. I talked to Eurex. So it was one of my phone calls while I cut out. But a minute before open. So let's.
I'm so excited.
Look how excited Dee is. She's like, yes.
Because I have one account from somewhere else, but I would absolutely love if Topstep had Eurex. Like I would be like literally there.
Awesome.
So expect to see me again.
Awesome.
You guys got me okay? Because Jack said.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe you're just a little far from your mic, but now you sound great.
Yeah, right. I couldn't tell if you're coming through your computer mic or your good mic.
I think this is my mic. This is my mic.
All right. We are open, Michael. We are open. So,
all right, give me some levels up here. Really quickly out of the gate. Tilt pages down. Don't know why.
It's down, really.
Yeah.
I feel like, Michael, I think you're a bit low on my end. I don't know whether it's the same for everyone, the mic.
I'm going to come back, guys. I'll be right back.
Uh-huh.
Is that cool?
Yes, that is A-okay.
All right. So, well, NASDAQ and the S&P is now open. Let's see what we've got as far as opening ranges are concerned. NASDAQ and the S&P still in the opening range. Overnight inventory is to the short side here in the NASDAQ. So we see, remember yesterday we had overnight inventory short in both, and boy, once those short time frame shorts got the idea they weren't going to get paid, the move was right back to settlement and right back to where the market opened yesterday.
I actually read it on that value acceptance trade. I was in the chat, so we were like chatting about that 44.19. So I actually traded the value acceptance, not quite to there, but I did grab a really nice chunk of the move.
Nice.
Yeah, I only got in after like 4,400. I think my entry was
Good trade.
44.125. Yeah, so that was pretty good. And then I caught the other one from our level as well.
From 44.19. Nice.
Yeah. But I got it at, didn't get it from there, but I did get in at 44.10 because I was waiting for it to reverse. So yeah, it was a really good day for me. I did a couple of trades in crude oil as well. Literally did 4 trades. All of them did what I wanted them to do. And I was like, I'm done.
Very nice.
Hey, guys, am I sounding better?
Yes.
Okay.
This
All right, cool.
is much better now. Yeah.
All right. Hello. Good morning. And let's get started now. Deanna, you had a kick-ass day yesterday or day before?
Yesterday. Monday was for me, so I had to spend the rest of Monday dragging myself out of a slight drawdown. So I ended up pretty much scratch on the day with maybe about 11 ticks in profit.
Yeah.
But Tuesday literally like killed it. So at the moment, never mind the dollar amounts because everybody trades different contract sizes, but I'm sitting at about 198 ticks profit for this week. Which is
Nice.
good.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why we always talked in ticks in the pit. We always talked in
exactly.
ticks.
Yeah, because everybody trades different sizes. Like it means nothing if somebody goes, "Oh yeah, I made 10 grand."
How much can you go into that? How much can you go into that product, and how many ticks can you pull out of it?
Yes, exactly. That's the whole point.
Times whatever you traded, size-wise. Awesome, Deanna. Okay, cool. Let's keep it in our pocket, and let's see what's out there. Are you seeing anything today? I heard right before the show started you're seeing some stuff.
Yeah, it is looking pretty good. I've got some levels in crude oil that are looking excellent. There's a daily demand at 86.30, which is also my average daily range exhaustion low. We've already hit that and reacted from it. Now, obviously, we have the inventories and it's still the initial balance. I'm not that keen on trading the initial balance, so I'm still going to wait. What I'm going to be looking for is either a long from slightly below that level, maybe even all the way down to value high, which is the value from yesterday. So 85.76, 85.80. So that whole area is my zone of interest where I would like to be a buyer. I'm not too keen on shorting this market at the moment, precisely because of the supply issues, potential supply issues. But yeah, if I see something that is really obvious on the short side, maybe if we move away from these levels without having tested my level that I just mentioned again, I might want to pop in a short later in the day. But yeah, I'm just going to take it slow because, again, I want to preserve the cash that I've already got.
Yep.
As always, staying patient, just observing for now.
And, you got that EIA at 9:30 Central here.
Exactly. So. Yeah. So that's kind of like shackles. We need to wait until the shackles are gone.
John, what do you have level-wise in the NASDAQ? Just to
NASDAQ.
And then out of the gate, we've already rallied, I don't know, 970 handles.
Yeah, I was going to say the opening range in the NASDAQ is the dead-ass low of the day. Overnight inventory was short. Remember what happened yesterday? We opened, we broke, we couldn't continue, went right back through settlement to where we opened the session yesterday. Michael, we're in short time frame control here. There's no major changes in volume or open interest in the NASDAQ. Okay. Matter of fact, the NASDAQ lost less than 200 in open interest yesterday. So all this movement yesterday was short time frame control. There's no major players adjusting inventories in the NASDAQ, even really in the S&Ps, even though the S&Ps got the weekly kickoff high and fell off from yesterday. So what are we're looking at this area down here as an extreme low for the area of balance.
Which area?
So anywhere from, we got to the naked point of control yesterday, which was at 15,120, 112. You remember yesterday we talked a lot about 15,120. 15,120, if you remember. It was a low volume node, and once we got back above it, we never went back through it. Where did we trade to before the open? Well, our overnight low here is 124, within 4 points of it. I like this long down here. We were talking. I was going to try and tell you that the opening range was the low of the day on overnight inventory to the short side with short time frame control. This is something that tends to happen.
Well, I got a very expensive mic then, if that's what you're saying, because my mic missed that trade.
Yeah.
Not me, the mic. Well, me and the Michael.
Right.
Yes, and my mic.
Yeah, because we were busy talking about other stuff, and so we missed that a little bit, right?
All right, that's fine. Yeah, missing trades is the name of the game. Ordinary, necessary part of being a trader are missing trades. Taking losses are ordinary, necessary part of being a trader. It's not the greatest thing about being a trader.
No, and we're not going to catch everything.
No,
just all we want to do is catch the good ones.
Catch the good ones.
Yeah.
The bad ones for somebody else.
I do have a level in NASDAQ much lower down, which is just below yesterday's session low. So I have a daily demand sitting at 150.40, roughly.
What right
here.
NASDAQ.
Right here.
15 what?
And because we opened below value, there could be a chance of going from the value low down all the way to that area, and then I can do.
And then going.
Yeah.
John, what was that area one more time that you just had highlighted? 15.34? 40.
Yes. So 150.40. Yeah.
So D, is this kind of based on this overnight consolidation and where the market broke to the upside off of that? Is that your demand level?
Yeah, so it's basically where the previous large buying was happening on larger time frames. Mm-hmm. And I like to look at the areas that had some kind of a consolidation and then a huge break away from it. So not flimsy, non-confident moves just kind of creeping away from the level. No, just like something that broke away from the level and just went. And that's exactly where the...
Yes, this certainly fits that, right?
Yeah,
nice move to the upside that day.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
So, yeah, so we're going to see what happens around there. And it always... I'm always fascinated that everybody who's gotten to some kind of consistent profitability, we all manage to find very similar levels. However you get to them, they're all at very similar levels.
Right. No, you're right. There's a lot of tools that can lead you to the same thing, and I love it when they're non-related, but
same.
up at the same level. But there's been so many people talking about, what's supply, what's demand. I just thought I would kind of go back and have you explain why that was an important kind of demand level for you.
Yeah, so there's about 5 or 6 conditions that you really want to have with strong levels, because obviously you're going to get smaller demands and smaller supplies that maybe don't have all of the conditions, but you might watch them in case they are reactive. However, for some larger time frames where clearly there was a lot of trading activity, you need to have that confident move away that is significant and that continues. So with follow through, if it's just one periods, like one daily candle or one 30-minute candle, that's not quite enough.
Right.
You want a follow through. And then when the market participants retest that, you are very likely to see the same sort of reaction, so reversal, at least for the first time. And that's where it's really tough to just jump in on almost like faith. So that's why I like to look at the market profile and my other intraday levels just to confirm that is what's happening. And sometimes they break down as well, so nothing is 100%, but there's just a higher chance that the market will turn from those previously large areas of moves away.
Mm-hmm. So the longer time frame chart you're recognizing a supply or demand level, the more important it is.
Correct, because there's so much more trading activity and trading information in there. Obviously, when you're looking at a 5-minute supply and demand levels, it's like It's good, but there's a lot of noise, so you have to match it up with a whole bunch of other things. Obviously, the open sentiment and the overnight inventory can help you with that without doing wishful thinking. You're just looking at the market developing in front of you and just taking the clues from that. So for now, we are actually moving away from the value low and moving towards that level quite nicely. So yeah, for now, it's all looking pretty good.
120.
And logical.
I've been studying over here. Sorry guys, been doing my homework.
No, that's good. You gotta be prepared. And the opening range in the NASDAQ is still the dead ass low of the day. S&P's has traded both sides. NASDAQ, I felt like yesterday did not perform as well on the upside move as the S&Ps. NASDAQ didn't perform as well on the upside as the S&Ps. But the NASDAQ is holding the opening range the low of the day. That was basically an overnight inventory adjustment. There were too many short inventory, short time frame, weaker hands traders short. They didn't get what they were looking for. They all bailed out. So I'm looking at that as that is now reconciled. We're not going to be thinking about overnight inventory anymore. This 15,120 level we were talking about yesterday. Patrick Whelan's in the chat here, and that was one of the levels that he was also looking at yesterday. When we broke below it, we came back above it. It was a low volume node, and that's where the market really started to accelerate to the upside. I think that's what broke our overnight inventory yesterday. Yeah. I don't know if it's going to happen today. The low of the opening range here in the NASDAQ is 125, so just short of that 120 level that was a low volume node yesterday.
Cool.
Okay. So just kind of watching to see if we can hold that low of the opening range, which I'm kind of not expecting it to. It's because we did see the rejection of value from yesterday early in the session here.
Yeah.
But it still offers an opportunity to limit risk. So,
what levels do you have above the 120? Just so I'm clear on the above.
Well, our low of the opening range is 125.
Yeah,
and volume really fell off there. So anywhere below where we are now, 140, we're starting to get into a low volume. We're starting to get into a volume shoulder. Here's 140. Here's the low, 125.
Yeah.
So going from the high volume node to the low volume node, it offers the opportunity to limit risk. There's no guarantee that it's going to play out. Matter of fact, rejecting value from yesterday is something that's keeping me away from it. But if it gets cheap enough, I can risk 10 points on a one lot.
Where's a good entry? Like
anywhere between 140 and 125.
Yeah. To the downside?
Long.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were talking about.
So basically, if we break that, then we've got my lower level on the cards. But John is talking about the opening range holding potentially for a short-term low, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And which we just had the opportunity relatively close to that level, and it's already kind of holding, at least for now. How many times, the question I think, and check me if I'm wrong, Dan, is how many times do we want to go back to the well?
Not that many times. I mean, once, twice, maybe 3 times if it's a quiet day, which I don't think this is going to be.
I don't think it's going to be.
But yeah, because if it's a responsive activity day, you don't get this sort of. I mean, sometimes you do, but generally they stop very quickly, and then they start to rotate from one side to the other, and that already happens during the initial balance. I personally dislike trading the initial balance because of that, because I'm one of the traders who likes to take a good chunk out of the market, so I don't really play the little games that locals like to play.
Just check out the low of the opening range.
Yeah, I saw that. Just looking
now,
I mean, there are buyers. If you look at the dome, like there are buyers that
the algos know that there were stops down here.
Yeah, they know.
There were stops down here. The algos know it.
Yeah, 15120. Yeah, I can see them. Now the question is whether they stay and whether they all fill their orders or whether they disappear.
Should
now
I
they're
stay
still
or
there.
should I go?
Because he's okay. So I sit on my handstand. I went through a little bit of a roller coaster yesterday. I ended up the day down $55. So I have a blue Post-it, a red Post-it, and then a blue Post-it. Those I shared my screen while I was off, but yeah, it went from like I was up. I forget what I even ended up. Yeah, I was up like $500. Just end of the day. Man, I took my P&L down to 3,000. Not good. Floor fell out from underneath me, and brought it back up. Got out of that position down 1,400. Then I traded around that, and then was at 800. Then I went back to 30,000. Then I ended the day at $55. I don't like doing that at all, but I'm still up on the week, a couple thousand. It's just a couple thousand. It's just that was not good trading. That was not good trading. Thank God I didn't take a bloodbath though. Like,
yeah, exactly. You stopped. Like you didn't keep going.
I wasn't looking to make money at that point. I was looking to trade for scratch. You go from like, hey, but let's, of course, every day you want to start putting up a day, of course. But if you're down on the day, you're not reading the day. Well, after you already thought you were going to close it up for the day, trade for a scratch or even just control the bleeding because it can get pretty gnarly if you.
Yeah, I think you're very good at just cutting it. Some more newer traders, like I see them get on the wrong side of the market. They lose a couple and they just keep going. And then that turns into, 3 losses, 10 losses, 15 losses. And then you're not really trading. You're just trying to stay alive.
You're losing your kid's college fund. You're losing everything that you put together last week, the last month, the last year. I have been there. I lost three $30,000 real money trading accounts over like 3 years. Man, that's like gnarly stuff to go through. And it's sickening, and it's when your emotions get the best of you. So yesterday I dodged a bullet by being only down $55 after being down over 3,000. And yeah, you're right. I usually have a $3,000 stop limit. I opened that up to 5. But shame on me for doing that. But I traded out of it.
Yeah. And MP, if people were watching in the afternoon yesterday, they got a first-person view of that roller coaster during group coaching.
Of a complete. I had some folks in here saying "RIP MP." I'm like, okay, you're right. Right now, for the day, I thought it was going to be very, very bad, and I thought I was going to be not even embarrassed here because like you want to like be stay disciplined. But the big lesson is, but to myself, because it's a big lesson I had with that yesterday, is right when I got off TopstepTV, I was watching corner of my eye, doing meetings, corner of my eye, and it set up, and I took it, and then the floor fell out from underneath it, and then it firmed up. So I took my losses. But the whole point of the story is I would have never traded so much or traded, I went sized up too. If I was on here with you guys, I would have been much more patient. But once you get off and you don't hear or talk to anybody and you're sitting here by yourself, your bad habits can creep in much, much quicker. So hopefully you guys are enjoying TopstepTV because that's I know I am.
Absolutely. Yeah. I was listening to Tori's interview yesterday. Was it yesterday or Monday? She was saying how teaching is actually making her follow her own rules because you have to explain it to people. And I've had exactly the same thing with my coaching. Yep. People ask you questions and they make you really come up with a super solid reason why you should be in a trade. And when you don't have that, it's so easy to get up inside your own head and just capitulate to the bad trading habits. And, it's happened to me as well. It happens to everybody, I think. But the more I talk to others, the less that seems to happen. Yes. I mean, I don't really get disaster days anymore. But I used to get, big days, and then I would lose like 50% of it, and then I would kind of end the day at like just making a bit of money or being scratched, and you just sit there and going,
It's solitude.
Muppet, like what am I doing? And you feel bad about yourself. But what we all need to understand is at that point, you're not really a trader. It's just your fight or flight response kicking off.
Yes.
And you're trying to bail yourself out. So in a way, your primitive side of your brain cannot tell the difference between a real death threat that we have as a mechanism, evolutionary mechanism in our primitive side of our brains.
The amygdala.
Yeah. The prefrontal cortex is switched off at that point. Which is the part responsible for rational thinking, and you're just trying to stay alive. You're fighting the death threat, even though it's not a death threat. It's just some money, But it depends on the amount of money that you start losing. Obviously, if it's a lot of money, the fight or flight response goes absolutely insane, and it's a very, very difficult thing to live through.
I came very close. I became very close to that because I ended up the day. You ever heard the line "tiger by the tail"? It's when you crush a day, like that's or however you want to call it. But I got the tiger by the tail. Yesterday, I left the tiger sleeping. So like I didn't have him by the tail. I made $500. Big deal. Not big deal. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. Awesome stuff, but like. I was ready for the next day. Then I got back in there, and the tiger woke up, sort of God woke up, and I felt like I got chased the entire afternoon. And by the end of it, it tired out, so to speak, and I got out of that one. I got out of that one unscathed with not even a scratch on my body, so to speak, but a scratch day is the second best winning day. I will take it. Therefore, I put a blue, a red, and then back at a blue. Even though it's minus 55, I'm calling that a winning day because it's the same thing. Now, Mick's going to get on here and be like, you had $200 in commissions and all that. And I'll still say to Mick, that was a scratch day considering what yesterday could have been.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah, because you stopped yourself at the end of the day. You stopped from
There was another hour and a half.
Losses.
Yep, there's another hour and a half left in the market, and it was still moving. You can see afternoon's trade from yesterday on the charts. But, on Johnny's charts right here.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, do you think it was the additional pressure of having your P&L on the screen?
No, absolutely not. I didn't care about that. That to me, I'm like, okay, guys, I've already got enough Fade MP, and hopefully that people have added that to their strategy if they're going to say that.
Thick skin already.
Yeah. And then I'm like, I took the trades because of a few things. It had set up. It got pretty heavy short until I go with the minority of folks play. I always think that the minority in the trading world at levels that are harder to get into and positions that not a majority of people believe is going to be a good position those are the ones you look at instead of saying, oh, you're fading the majority. No, actually, I'm getting with the minority. So that's just something that I like to watch, and then of course the moving average, and it came right down to it, and then it just slipped right through it. And then when it slips through it in that NASDAQ, I mean, it's a slip through of a 30 or 40 or 50 handle.
Yeah, NASDAQ is crazy.
Yeah, so
if you get it wrong, you get it wrong.
Yeah,
right
Deanna, I moved my stops.
Like
I moved my stops. Somebody said on chat, I moved my stops. Yeah, all that shit. Look, I'm human. I'm gonna F up. You're gonna see it on here. You're gonna see me melt down every now and then too. I can't make it an ugly day where I give up a whole week. Hell, I haven't given up a whole month in a long time. Giving up a whole month is rookie trading, but because like that's a whole month. 1 out of 12 of them in a year. You. I mean, technically, you give away a whole month and have to build it up. So
then it takes 2 to get it back.
I was just going to say, it takes 2 to get it back.
At least. At least.
Yeah, and that's great. And that's still great trading after that. So that's why it's so damn important to watch your downside, preserve your capital, don't go on tilt, because good trading is like watching paint dry. Hence, again, TopstepTV is like tradertainment. We're like, how do we do this and not get people to overtrade? Use it as a teachable moment. Use it as Deanna and Hogue and I talking and then conversing with the folks in chat. But I want to throw a poll in there really quick, because as we talk this out and have team trading, this group right here, as we talk it out and have team trading, would you like to be a part of a private chat room in Discord that would be a trading team? Say it's like, hey, we're going to open up this Friday. We're opening up a trading team called Jayhawk, and it's going to be open to all ES traders. And we don't know how many people would be in there. You guys can say how many would be in there, but we want to open up so that we can take people from YouTube chat, take them over to Discord, and they have a private room. Call with 10 other traders that they all like. Hell yes, hell yes, hell yes. Okay, production team, if you guys are watching this, this is what I want to do. And then I want to give you guys, check it out. I want to give you guys a team trading account. Every private chat room. Call it 10 traders. Call it 5. It's going to be one captain that puts on the trades. You guys all have to decide them. There might be some protocol rules just so we don't have any, team members going rogue and stuff like that, and how do you kick a team member out and all that. We have to figure out that. But that's kind of the idea, because we team trade here in a way where we talk things out. So that's my thought, and it'd be as long as everybody's trading with Topstep and they're all on the team, call it 5 people. Topstep would give you a team trading account. Call it 150K, call it whatever. And then you can get funded on that one. This is all something. We came very, very close to doing this. Then we launched One Step, One Rule. So we're very close to be able to launch a team trading type combine that you still all have your own. You all have to have your own personal journey. But if you're all together, last point I'm making, if you're all together in the chat room, trading as a team, active with Topstep, we give you a free team trading account. That's what we're looking into doing. So there's your little tip. You guys are always going to get tipped off here at TopstepTV.
Michael.
A long rant.
Michael.
What?
Are you here to talk, or are you here to make money?
I'm here to make money. I'm getting off my soapbox. Well, I warmed up my vocal cords. How about that?
When we ran those stops below that opening range, down against that 15-120,
it bounced right off of it.
Yeah.
Bounced right off of it.
Yeah.
But we were talking.
We still have that value low and even view up from London, because I like to start it from the active sessions on NASDAQ. So that's still teasing and dancing around that area.
Right.
For me, the real decision point is what they do with this value low at 151.77. That's the value area from yesterday. I don't really use developing value,
Right.
Unless we have like a big movement and big one direction day.
Where is your VWAP coming in up there? Where is your VWAP?
The one that I started from the London Open is 151.61. So it's literally just dancing around it.
Right. And I've got session VWAP, which started last night at 5:00 at 15-171.
Okay.
And that's right where this move, once we took out those stops and went right back.
Do we have a release coming out 2 minutes to the top of the hour? Okay, cool.
No, I don't think so.
I don't have tilt. So those that are asking for tilt, I don't have it right now. It says 502 bad gateway. This could be our gateway, it says 502 bad gateway. I don't know exactly what it is.
MP, I think it's the 502 gateway.
It's a 502 gateway, yeah. Just like just don't take the 405 and at the bad time of the day in LA, but you can take the 502
Michael,
bad gateway.
You broke the internet. Dude.
I came in like this. Yeah. Okay, guys, today is about, the next time we do a fire drill is going to be at 37,500 subscriptions. So yes, that is 2,000 away, but I think we can do it. And you have to. This is what this week's about: is bringing a friend to Topstep TV. Why is that so damn important? Because that whole idea about team trading is going to roll into that. So the more friends you can get here, the more you can be like, talk like Deanna, Hogan, I, and Andre that comes on here and talk shop in a chat room. But you got to have your friends here. So help us out. Down $60 right now. In and out. Toe in the water, toe out of the water.
And I haven't done anything because the opening range
Because you've been talking so damn much.
Yeah, we have been talking.
Well, guess what?
Probably a good thing.
Yeah, it's probably good. If we weren't doing this, guarantee I'd be like, there's a trade setting up. There's one. So
There's another one.
There's another.
That's what I did yesterday.
Looking for
Too many
trades.
trades.
Yeah, I do that. I do that on my live streams as well. I will be in a trade, and then somebody asks me about like equities or something, and then I move on to the ES chart, and I'm talking, and I completely forget that I have a crude oil trade on, and I'm like, yeah,
Oh, dude.
probably.
Deanna, yesterday, I'm in an HR meeting, and I'm looking at the screen, doing it all right here. And Ann, if you're listening, sorry, I was trading during our productive, I still would say productive HR meeting. Boom,
You're
boom,
really
boom.
in the moment.
Yeah, corner of my in an HR move. I didn't even do it in here. In an HR meeting, I had like 6 on at one point, and this my screen's being shown. I didn't care about that, but I'm in an HR meeting, clearly not focused on the markets. So don't do that. Multitasking doesn't work.
Unless would have been not focused on the
you're a
meeting.
juggler. Okay. Here we
Ladies and gentlemen, Eddie is on vacation. He worked so hard. He needed some good time away. He's off all week. He'll be back on Monday. We're all missing him too.
I just gotta, and I'm gonna go on vacation because when Eddie comes back Monday.
Yes.
Yeah, he took a staycation. He's just chilling, disconnect. That's what you got to do, Eddie. So he's doing that. Tomorrow I'm out of here. I'll be on a flight because it just said 24 hours. Why don't you check in right now? So I'll be on a flight in 24 hours with the fam going down to Punta Mia, and I am going to relax. Man, I've been stressed, and I have been, I'd say, overworked.
Yeah, I remember back in the day when Hogue was still doing the market profile lab, and I was funded by you guys. So we used to chat on that private messaging thing that you guys used to have. And and then I remember I had like a bad day once, and I said, when you get a bad day, like, John, what do you do? And he said, I just go to the woods.
He does. He does. Yeah.
Woods.
Do you go for walks?
That's a great idea. Yeah.
I go commune with nature and talk to God.
Or what? Yeah, exactly.
We actually took our 8 dogs to a private woodland yesterday because when they're all together, they have like a bit of a pack behavior. So and in London, it's actually illegal to walk all 8 at the same time. So you can only walk up to 4 dogs. So we took them there, and it was pretty nice. It was a good couple of hours away from the screens and just doing something different, listening to them bark and chase things and stuff. It was good.
So you can't walk 8 dogs in London. In New York, you can. I think that's where they got all the Vidal Sassoon. Remember those commercials where it'd be like a girl walking like 10 dogs, flipping her hair.
Yeah.
They didn't clearly take that shot in London, but I can only picture you with a car full of six dogs. How many? Hold on,
8.
6 dogs? 8.
Yeah, well, we all got out of the car because it's only a Mini Cooper S. Like, it's not.
Oh my God!
A massive car. Yeah. I mean, they're not the biggest dogs. Like, 2 of them are kind of almost medium size, but the rest of them are sort of pretty. Pretty.
That's a lot of fur.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. I hoover or I vacuum every day. We say hoover over here. So, So when we all got out of the car, the guy who runs the whole thing, he was like, "You wouldn't think how many with that car so small, how many dogs can fit in there?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you'd be surprised."
It'd be cool if it was
It just kept coming.
Is it convertible?
It's not a convertible in London. It doesn't make sense to have a convertible because we have good weather for all of 2 weeks per year.
Yeah, same as Shy City.
Yeah, it's there's no point. Like, every time I see a person with a convertible, I'm like, why? So you can like open up your roof for like literally the 2 weeks. So yeah, it's just a normal roof. I don't even have. We call it a sunroof. You guys call it a moonroof. So there's different.
I call it a sunroof, and because I'm like. I care about
sense, right? Like, what is a moonroof?
Yeah, I want the sun to come in while I'm driving. It's very comfortable.
Yeah, not the moon.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. I never got that, but yeah. So we just have a normal Mini, but it's surprisingly spacious inside.
Really quick, before we get yelled at for not talking about the markets for the last 35, 40 minutes. What are we seeing in here? John, the 120s did hold up. The 15 120s bounced right off of it. We're in this little 5 since the open, kind of middle of that range right now, right?
Caveat to the low now.
So what are you thinking right now? Is it going to retest the
I
low?
saw somebody asking, what's a poor low or a weak low? This is the first half hour of trade. B period is the second half hour of trade. B traded one tick below the low of A. This is a lack of excess. It's saying that the market traders were willing to take that next step. Didn't happen yet, but this is likely to be revisited. It's likely to come back and check this level at some point. So I'm with Deanna with the idea that if we can't get it and hold above VWAP, which this VWAP is 15,169 right now. Mm-hmm. If we can't, and we take out that low, I'm looking for Deanna's level down here.
Yeah.
15,040.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you have, what's your weekly kickoff your weekly kickoff numbers that came in all of our emails on Monday. I don't have it. That's shame on me. What do you have it on as far as highs and lows?
14,610 to the downside, the NASDAQ. That's a pretty substantial move.
That would be a fun trading day, Hogue.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would. But there's kind of a secondary one right here. I mean, 1540, 15,040. I mean, it's the lows here. It's the highs here. This, like Deanna was saying, we can all find the same levels by looking at different things. And this just makes sense. It was almost considered for the weekly kickoff low.
Yeah, but not quite. They were just shy from it. So whenever you see an obvious area, it's very likely that it will get tested at some point. Obviously, we don't know when, but it's definitely something you need to keep on your charts.
Visual.
Mm-hmm.
Markets are visual.
Well, that's my first loser of the day. Sold 69s, covered 70s very quickly. Oh, shit. And I accidentally just got long.
Well, you might be all right because we're back.
Yeah,
we're above VWAP now.
No, I took it off right away. $5
the value now.
Right.
I had a working order sitting there, or a stop sitting there that I didn't cancel. I used to get.
I've done that before.
Oh, I used to Yes, I've done that. We get emails from people who accidentally forgot to cancel. I know, man, sucks. I mean, I'm not being a jerk, but just did it to me.
It happened.
Exactly. Just clear your ladder. One time I got in the morning and I was down 13 grand because I left an order in from the previous day.
My worst day ever was $13,000, and I left a working order 100 ticks off the market. Didn't know it was up there, and the number came out, and it went like 300 ticks pop. And this is a Dow. It was a huge move. This is when things were moving, and we were really hypersensitive to some economic release. I don't know, but I had it way off the market. And I remember starting the day, and I'm looking at my thing, and it's way off the market. And the number comes out, and it goes like that. It's like, and then I see my P&L go 12,985. Because I always worked auto LCOs. Like if I got short, I automatically put.
Yeah.
And it had so much slippage, and it was. And I looked down, and I'm like, and my buddy trading next to me looks over. He's like, "Holy shit!" And I'm like, "Dude!" And that was my worst day. I tried trading out of it, and I knew it was going to get even worse, so I just called it a day. And then
the day when it happens, it's the worst thing ever, and it's very unlikely that you're going to drag yourself out of that on the same day.
Yep.
Maybe the same week. But the same day, especially if it's like a bigger loss, it's so hard.
I can beat both of you.
Yeah?
75 grand.
I mean,
ouch.
Hoagland, yes. Is that an out trade though?
Yes.
Yes. Well, same.
I bought a 10 lot for my guy, or at least I thought I did, and I bought another 10 lot for my guy, the same guy. The trade checkers thought that there was only one that I bought. They said, yeah, we already checked that, but I had bought 2 10 lots.
Oh.
The next day I found out that I was out this 10 lot, and it was 30 handles higher, 30 points higher.
Yeah, those are ouchy days. And then you got to go back. See, I left my day, and I'm like, and you have a pit in your stomach. But then I went back, I ran. I would go home and I'd run, and then I'd take a nap, and then I'd go bartending because that's what I had to do. I was like in my mid-20s. So that was, this happened in my late 20s. So that was not bartending at that point.
So I did what I was.
I go for a run with my dog. That's what I'd always do at the end of the day. But Johnny, really quick.
I did what I was supposed to do. I covered it. 75 grand loss. By the end of the day, it was back to that level.
Oh my God, that's sickening. But that could have gotten so bad. And mine, I go the next day. I have to remember not to ever do that again if it's a stupid mistake. And the next day, I go back to trading 101 because now I'm like a bit of gun shy. I need to get those on base, get a couple wins, get a couple winning trades, then days, and then I start to pick back where I open up my size and whatnot. So it's like warming up.
Warning, guys. I guess Biden is speaking right now, so anything can happen here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean,
the value low is still it's still being rejected. I'm just looking at both Nasdaq and EQ and ES. EQ. That's a music thing. I just blended ES and NQ. But yeah, we're still fighting that value low and VWAP as well.
We've got a weak low in the Nasdaq. We don't have a weak low or a poor low in the Nasdaq, but we have we might be the opposite here in the S&Ps. We got a weak high in the S&Ps. What's a trader to do?
I would still be doing shorts. I don't trade during the initial balance, but to me this is still looking short. If ES accepts value, I would change my mind on both of them. Because a lot of the times I use ES as my benchmark because it's a slower market. There's a thicker market as well.
Right.
So those signals to me tend to be more accurate. And then sometimes I use NASDAQ as my vehicle of choice to express my position.
Yeah, the S&Ps is, it's the broadest of the indices. You're going to get the biggest, widest picture with the S&Ps.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm down $260. It is what it is. As far as not feeling anything yet. It's right here in the middle. I don't have tilt. I do have some levels that you guys shared. It did bounce off the 120s.
Yeah. Look at this low in the NASDAQ. Somebody was just pointing it out. One tick. It's just getting down to that level.
Yeah, we don't have hey, throw a poll in here, guys. Can we get, is the market, in a half an hour from now, is the market going to be below 15,120 or above?
Yeah, get your crystal balls out. Go on.
It's a projection. Everybody has to give their projections. So wait for the poll to come in here in 30 minutes. After 30 minutes of trade, so half an hour from right now, is it going to be below 120 or above 120? I already gave you guys a 30 handle cushion right now.
Below. A lot of belows.
Uh-oh.
One above, a below.
While the market's rallying, even you guys are all saying below, even after it's 30 handles higher right now. I guess 30 handles can move in a flash in the ES. Poll guys, please help. Thank you.
In the NASDAQ, we are working with our daily range of about 240 handles. So that's nearly 1,000 ticks. So yeah, moving 20, 30 handles is
nothing.
Mm-mm.
It's like 2 ticks in the S&Ps.
All right, so let's see where we're at with this poll. All right, we already got 500 people in, 50-50.
50-50.
Ish.
We can use this as the as the tilt for now.
And every minute I can say, let's put another poll in here. It may help us out.
Crude oil is also pretty flat at the moment. I guess they're waiting for the inventories. They bounced off of my daily demand area, 86.29. But then it's it's done nothing. And we are in C period there now, so initial balance is over for crude oil. But in 15 minutes, we do have the inventories, so let's see what happens.
No, you said inventories.
Yeah? How'd you say it?
We're waiting for crude inventories.
Oh, all week long, Hug? You're gonna try the English accent all week long?
I can't help it. I can listen to her constantly.
I think we should all go thick on our
English accent?
No, on our accent of how we grew up. Yeah, John, you got to go back to the Chicago accent. I got to get a little bit more twang in my country step, and then Deanna, you just got to keep talking.
No, I have to go back to my Serbian accent because English is not my mother tongue. You know that.
You're right. You're right.
Like, yes, I grew up with English, which is probably why I speak it pretty well. But I grew up with Serbian. So technically, I am an Eastern European, so maybe I should keep talking like this. Like, I don't know, maybe it would be a little bit more interesting for people watching Topstep TV, no?
Well, hell, that's pretty damn good. That's a pretty damn good accent right there.
That's a great accent for October.
Hogue, that's not Chicago accent. You got to keep your Chicago accent. I just did a country one.
Okay, well, what are we looking at here in these markets? What are we doing here?
Oh, hell, just sell it and walk away.
Yeah, don't look at it. Yeah.
I think I got an S&P stuck right here. Right here.
Speaking of sell it and go away, sorry, I'm not looking. I mean, the markets are right in the middle right here. So if you're trading,
we're up against VWAP again in the Nasdaq. We've got nothing but excess inside value from yesterday. It continues to reject there, and at any moment it could reaccept. But you know what we're seeing in the tea leaves, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
We know we've got a weak low in the Nasdaq. We've got lower highs, lower lows since the open last night. We've adjusted inventory, maybe all of it. We've done a lot of consolidating here. I'm
just doing a little short in crude oil ahead of the inventories.
Let's see.
Okay, so guys, we have
2 minutes.
The subscriber thing we're looking into on how it just jumped 200 in like a second, which maybe there are 2,000 in a few seconds. So maybe we have some gaming, or maybe it's legit. But either way, we will announce fire drill the less you guys talk about it. So that is something that we will do because we want you focused on the markets. You should be saying, hey, what levels do you have here instead of what code? This is what I'm going to say always, because we do this fire drill thing for fun. We don't do it for the main event. The main event is what you're in right now. You are in right now trading. It should be focused on the market. So just a little heads up.
86.70 short crude oil.
You're short right now?
Yep.
All right, throw it in there, guys. 86.70.
70? Okay.
John, are you looking to get short or long at these levels?
In crude?
No. In your market.
Right now, the S&Ps are right in the middle of the opening of the initial balance. I'm not doing anything here.
Good. Neither am I.
Yeah, as John likes to say, this is probably going to be a time stop trade because I'm not aiming for any particular target, but I am aiming to take it off before the inventory. So it's going to be a very, very short trade.
Yes, definitely take it off before the inventories.
Oh, yeah.
Go in it, John.
I learned my lesson. That was fun. When I first started trading crude oil, I had no idea about the inventories report.
Oh, yeah. Why did you go crazy on Wednesdays?
Yeah. And, I held the position through. And,
what the hell? Well...
and that was fun. A fun day. Fun learning experience. My stop didn't get filled where I wanted it to either. So, yeah. Never traded.
Nasdaq just ripped higher hardcore.
Yeah, it did.
And now pulled back off that high. You guys are watching. Not too much.
So
definitely a stop run.
for all of you that are going to be joining for the profile session here at noon, here's yesterday's TPO point of control, volume point of control, obvious visual targets. So, are we starting to show signs of potential reacceptance inside value, D?
And not until we actually finish one of the TPOs closing.
Close a 30-minute bar in there, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Ooh, NASDAQ. What do we have up here? NASDAQ. What do we have up here?
Yeah.
Apart from settlement, they don't really have much on NASDAQ up to these levels.
You get value highs all the way up at 15.
Yeah, this is value.
Yeah, switch to my charts really quick. I just want to show what. Well, I mean, same as your 30-minute. You have a 30-minute right there. Oh yeah, you got it right there.
Yeah.
Okay. Switch just so we can switch it up. 30-minute, and John, you had it. Settlement 100, 200.
Right.
I mean, that's a lot going on right there.
That weak low in the NASDAQ. Sometimes a weak low is just too cheap, but it probably will get revisited at some point.
Okay, so those that are trading NASDAQ 15260 is the next level I have. PW, thank you. Put a Y in here. If you're gonna, if anybody in here kind of shares levels, it could be like because X, Y, and Z. I mean, you don't have to write a novel.
Oh, I thought you meant just put a Y, like.
No. Put a Y. Yeah, I did say that.
Reason.
Put a Y. Put a reason, man. That's my short way to the long answer.
I've been waiting for a bunch of Ys to show up.
No.
Bunch of wise guys. A bunch of wise guys.
I learned some new words when I moved from Nebraska to Chicago. Didn't ever know the word scumbag. Scumbag existed, and that word was used quite a bit in that city. Oh, he's a effing scumbag. What the hell is that? I found out it's not a very good person.
Right.
When you get that title.
I found out a whole bunch of words in English slang that I didn't know what they were.
Why'd you look them up? Were you hearing them a lot, or was it?
You would usually hear them quite a bit, like having a butcher's, and I was like, what is that? And it means to have a look, because there's this thing where the slang kind of moves on one. So having a look, butcher's hook, and then having a butcher's.
That's English?
Yeah, it's English. Yeah, it's Cockney rhyme. Cockney rhyme.
Oh, Cockney is.
Tommy Boy just said you can get a good look at a T-bone by sticking your head up a bull's ass, but I'd rather take the butcher's word for it. That show. Oh man, he was a trader act. He was such a great comedian. I went to his James Harden here did the same thing. Second City. There might have been a more Topstep people. If you want to get comfortable speaking in public, go to an improv class at Second City in Chicago. It's comedy. Place. Chris Farley was there. A bunch of a
lot of Saturday Night Live alums came from there.
A lot of alums, and
including Chris Farley.
Yeah, and if Eddie was here, he'd talk about meeting Chris Farley on the trading floor, and Farley got in there and put the trading jacket on and did all that crazy stuff in the pit because the pit's crazy, so he then did it. I wasn't there, but they got a great story for it. We'll have to ask him when he's back.
Because his brother John Farley was working on the trading floor. John Farley looked more like James Taylor. And Chris Farley was a big man, I still do not have tilt working, so we're gonna
We'll see about that one.
D, you still in your trade?
Yeah, I'm just taking it off now, so it's gonna be just scratch because it didn't really move much, and we only have 5 minutes. So
Second
yeah,
best
that's
trade.
just scratch. Yeah.
So
I was looking for it to move back to the daily demand before the release, but we ran out of time. So
there's a few other like British things like an umbrella is a bumbershoot.
I've not heard of that. Usually it's just a brolly over here, mostly.
Brawley?
A brolly, yeah.
Huh.
Like umbrella, brolly.
What about like suspenders are suspenders are called braces?
We just call them tights, I think. Yeah. I don't know what English you're.
Yeah, I don't want to be too ignorant here, but I watched Pulp Fiction. Do you guys call it a Royale with cheese?
That wasn't even England.
No chance.
My husband was talking to me earlier, and he said, Only Fools and Horses. You remember that show?
Yeah.
So Del Boy would have been a very good trader because he's always got things on the go, and he's very Cockney. Like he uses all of the Cockney rhyming slang.
What is it? What is it? I talk like this as well. Like throw the horse over the fence. Some hay. Throw the horse over the fence, some hay, instead of like throw the hay over the fence for the horse or something like that. I think it's like some type of English, isn't it? It's like different way. It's like a backwards way of talking, like throw the horse over the fence. You're like, what does some hay? Okay. Oh, now I get what you're talking about.
All right, governor.
All right.
So that's
All right.
the whole Oliver Twist English.
We can keep going forever on this one.
Well, over here, usually when you meet someone who is Cockney, they just say, "You're right." Like, "Are you all right?" "You're right."
Right?
Yeah, you're right. I do remember when I walked into a music shop back in the day, and it was only like my first year here, and the salesman walked up to me and he goes, "May I help you?" And I was like,
What?
What?
May I help you?
Yeah. May I-
Yeah.
So it took a bit of adjusting.
Okay, the Nasdaq keeps pulling back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like,
Still teasing the value. Yeah.
mm-hmm. All right, so our poll came out, and 59% of you would pretty much all had an edge on that, because the poll I gave you guys at least a 30 handle edge. Said they thought it'd be 30 minutes later, which is coming up in about 15 minutes, right? I don't know. 20 minutes. Say it's going to be higher than 120. 120. 60% of you say it's going to be higher than 120.
Okay. Because we got that rally during the during the poll.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Put in the eye.
there's nobody talking right now that I see. Look at this pullback. These pullbacks are vicious. These moves are strong. Either way.
It's very choppy. Like I'm just looking at Nasdaq on the 4-hour chart. Very choppy. That's very hard market to trade.
Yes, it is.
Very thin.
Yeah.
I've actually got a trader friend who's an Australian. He calls these markets, it goes up and down like the horse drawers.
only you could say that. Just so you know. Just so you know, only you could say that. I'm fine with that. I'm totally fine with that. And Hogue, do not say shrimp on the Barbie or none of that bullshit.
Well, how did you know?
I know, because that's absolutely hated. I do like watching these Instagram videos of every now and then an Australian gets in like bare knuckle boxing match with a kangaroo. You're like, whoa.
How about something about a dingo? That dingo.
No.
No. All right, I got shut down, ladies and gentlemen. I got shut down. We got 2 minutes here? 1 minute till EIA.
Yeah, EIA. Inventories.
All right, I'll announce the EIA numbers in a British accent then. Is that okay?
Oh yeah, go for it.
I mean, we just lost 1,000 viewers, but go ahead.
All right.
My tilt still doesn't work, just for anybody's asking about tilt. Sit and wait, sit and wait.
Yes, it's going lower again, below value.
Still waiting. Well, we're waiting. Minus 4.4 million barrels. Minus 4.4 million barrels. Seeing a little bit of a knee jerk here to the upside. A little bit of a knee jerk.
Man, the sell-off is looking. It looks like it's one of a sprint towards the 120s right now.
Well, we had the weak low in the NASDAQ, like 4 straight weak lows down there in the 30-minute chart.
And we were just at 520. Sorry, yeah, 5220 5 minutes ago. So this might be a 100 handle pullback that is like, I don't know if it's catching longs. I don't know. I don't have tilt, and you guys didn't tilt one way when you said your direction a little bit, but it wasn't a tilt.
So do you think, with crude oil inventories lower, okay, for 4 million barrels, whatever it is, and some real questions about supply moving forward, more expensive crude is going to make it more expensive, higher inflation. Does that affect stocks overall? And I guess in the long term, yes, of course. What about today?
I mean, for me, any kind of macro trades usually take many, many days to actually show up as technical moves. And in between all of that, you get longs, shorts, mispriced opportunities that you can take advantage of. So again, I don't really look at macro that much because of that. And of course, I mean, all of the geopolitical risks that we have at the moment, it's going to affect crude oil. And if anything, I am a little bit more biased to the long side purely because of that.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not an expert in macro or anything like that. I would never claim to be one. But
I'm not smart enough.
Yeah, no, me neither. I can't
macro
wait for that long. I can't wait for that long. Just like, why would I be an intraday trader if I have to wait for like 2 weeks for my position to go into profit? It's like, no thanks.
Speaking of, we talked about putting something on, and Andre can talk about it more. But he's traded at a really good prop firm in Chicago, El Dorado, big market makers. They had about 20 just kick-ass traders. He's one of them. The founder of it would always just leave a one lot on over the weekend. Does that make sense, John? When
just to leave it on,
just to leave it on. I'm like, one lot's for this guy was absolutely nothing, but he's like, if anything happens, they have 2 days where the market's closed, and usually it's always bad news, probability-wise.
So you just stay short.
They just stay short one. And I'm like, that's actually pretty genius. I mean, like, I would never recommend it to anybody here because this guy's traded size and you could get stuck on that. But like with hypersensitive stuff that's happening, globally, it's always an interesting play to keep a one lot on into the close over the weekend to just play anything can happen. It's usually not like good economic releases or, hey, they just, doubled their revenue, whatever, something happened with stocks, nothing happened. There's usually something that could happen that's bad. So I was like, wow, that's
true.
Yeah. Yeah. How many probability-wise? What probability would you put? I'd say 70% of any information that comes over the weekend would probably push push to the downside on the markets, push the markets down, then pull them up.
Yeah, anything that's going to affect price is probably going to be a negative thing over the weekend more than a positive thing.
And I was just like, the guy played probabilities all the time. I'm like, that's actually really smart.
So he was just playing risk-off sentiment, effectively. Just if something bad happens, he wants to be positioned for it.
Yeah, and it's not
for a black swan event or something.
Yeah, and for him, like the dude trade thousands of lots. And
of course, it would be nothing for him.
Oh,
It would be nothing, but he just wanted to. He's a trader. He just wanted to be a part of it. If the move was there, to be a part of that, any big move, even by accident, feels pretty damn good. I know that. I've come in here before and seen my P, and I'll be like, holy shit, I'm up that much? What happened? And then you're like, oh, I left a working order, went in my favor, and it cut the whole move.
Oh.
Something stupid like that has happened in my life. And you catch a big move that you normally typically won because you'd be out a little bit earlier, blah, 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 blah.
Okay, Michael, we're at the lows again here.
All right, we're going to knock on the door again.
We are knocking at the door again to the downside.
What would be a good? Are you looking for a short? Or are you looking to get long back here?
Well, I mean, it's an initial balance breakout. If I'm going to go short, it better go now.
All right.
Like once I'm short, it's got to be in there, or I'll time stop it out. I'm not going to sit here and risk 10, 15, 20 points on something like this. It needs to go now.
Okay, I'm short 2 from 31.
You're a little preemptive, but you're probably in good shape.
Well, it's got to go now, John. It's got to go now.
Now.
Get your ass in gear. Flip to my screen if you guys want to. By the time you flip it, it's probably going to be popping above 31. But if it doesn't go now, I'm taking it off. If it doesn't go now, I'm taking it off. In the money, just a few handles. But if it doesn't go now, I'm taking it off. Doesn't go.
It didn't take out the low in the NASDAQ yet here. So.
I took one of them off.
Yeah.
I let the market know I'm getting out by taking one of them off.
ES is poked below initial balance.
It has, and
there's your 20s down here. There's your 20s down here. So right when you're talking about it, if you said if it doesn't go now, there it is. So
there it is.
I'll take that.
Damn it.
I just put myself back to scratch, which is fine.
I'm going to see if I can squeeze into this.
Like, this is where the move, you're like, why'd you get out of it right now? I just want to get back to scratch. I was down like 400.
Damn it.
Oh, John's chasing.
No, I missed it, so I'm trying to get a little bit of a pullback to get into it.
All right, John called that one right there, guys. Now you could be like, well, there's a lot of different moves in the day, blah, blah, blah. He could have called anything. No, that's pretty good.
Like, that was what. See, this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the market to break out and never come back to that fucking level again. I'm sorry.
Yes, yes. Shut us down, YouTube.
Hey, you wanted me to speak Chicagoese.
It's all right.
John, you added 300 viewers on that one.
We're short now. I just squeezed into it, and I'm gonna try to stop here, back inside the initial balance.
Yeah.
John's
gonna get in trouble. John, I like the fact I am out of the crosshairs right now. It's all on you. What a foul mouth, John. Wow.
I am so sorry, and I try not to curse unless I'm in a bar.
My kids are in the 10 miles away in the background, John. Come on, man.
I usually keep it pretty clean for the first part of my own live streams, which are membership based, so it's not a public live stream in most cases. But as the stream goes on, I do start to swear a lot more.
Sam in here says you just spoke French, so it was just maybe we're switching it up today.
And this just had to be the day that I opened this up for kids in the options.
Oh no!
Bring your kids to TopstepTV, Dave. F your friends. Hey, is that why you say "pardon my French"? We do it here in the States before you say anything. Like really, you go "pardon my French," but blah 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 blah, and it kind of gives you the out of you can say.
Yeah, it's basically, I'm going to swear right now. Just letting you know. Pardon my French.
In England, no one cares. Everybody swears so much. It's utterly ridiculous.
I think it's fun swearing. Well, that's just you vulgar and profane. I don't know, man. It's part of the language. Just don't look at it as don't give it so much weight like it's vulgar and profane. Maybe it's just a word. We call the color red. We came up with that color. It's red.
I don't mind swearing. I think it's quite funny.
I'll tell you the story about my 4-year-old son swearing at me one time. Sometime, not now.
I want to hear a Donna story. You ever been sworn at by Donna, John?
Oh, you think? Just yesterday.
Donna is John's best friend and life partner, aka his wife.
Yes.
So we're all on the same page.
My lovely wife. I can pretty much say anything I want about her here because I know she's not watching.
I'm the same with my husband. He never watches anything. Like whatever he hears through the door, that's about it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, Casey, I get home. She's like, "How is it?" Like, you should check it out. Oh yeah, tomorrow morning I will. Yeah. Like, how?
And they never do.
They never do.
So we're short 71.
All right, Johnny's short from 71. You took heat on it right away. I want to get short with
No,
you.
actually, I never really took any heat on it because.
Oh, I thought that's what you were bitching about.
I let it come back and fill me, and it's been in profit, but not really moving all that well. But it's still in profit, so I did put a stop in for a return to the initial balance, which I'm hoping it doesn't do.
All right, cool. So we are under the 120s. Guys, we talked about the 120s. It came down to the 120s. It bounced off the 120s earlier, 30 some odd minutes ago. Yeah, 30-minute bar ago. That's what's in the right next to our heads or whatever is the bottom left of your screen is 30-minute. I have moving averages up there. Bounced off of those. See that wick that goes all the way up to settlement on the 30-minute NASDAQ right here. I should just use crosshairs. I don't know why I'm trying to talk this out.
So there's
up there. These are to the right of this 5.
But I'm afraid to because if I tell you, it'll change the course of this trade.
I mean, I'm about ready to fade you right now because you're in the money and you're already talking about being a little gun shy on it, John.
No, if I see it, the market loves to make a liar out of me. I'm telling you, it does.
It goes right for you, I know. Skips over me all the time, John. I remember in the early days, I always used to be like, "Damn, the market's going for me. Who's doing that?
It's gunning for me."
Yeah, who's moving all these? Blah blah blah.
Well, I'm going to try and long in crude.
All right, guys, we're at 40,000 subscribers. Fire Drill is at 45,000 now. There's something happening. As the subscribers keep rallying for some weird reason. I don't know if somebody's hitting a bot here, but we're gonna see if that bot still has some buying power in it. Somebody bought a bot to hit here so they get a free combine for them. I don't know.
Right, 86.96 entry. Crude oil, long.
Just even for the ridiculousness of how the subscriptions went up today, yes, we will definitely be doing a fire drill, but we're going to do it when there's a 30-minute gap, which is probably going to be more impossible than hitting 100,000 subscribers. 30-minute gap where nobody asks for a damn thing, and they all ask about what levels are you looking at, John, or here's what I did in the markets, or all that kind of stuff. So I'm just having a fun challenge with all of us traders to get back to trading talk. But yes, we'll do something, guys, for sure.
Yeah, half the comments is like, fire drill. Is it fire drill? Did I miss the fire drill? Where's the fire drill?
Oh, Deanna, you saw that too? That's one of the reasons why we're really talking about moving this team trading. So then some of you folks that want to take it really serious, it's totally fine, man. There's some people that just create this as a hobby. Some people have been at Topstep for years, and they're like,
we are now out of that trade. The NASDAQ has failed on its downside auction. It's back inside the initial balance. I'm not going to take any risk on that trade. So we are out.
Johnny's out. John, that's good. You gotta look. Hold on, what's it called? A butcher's look? No, butcher's hook.
No, just butchers. Having a butchers.
Yeah, the butchers.
So the difference is the NASDAQ's back in here. The S&P is still holding below this low volume node here. So I feel like I'm going to miss something, but I'm not going to worry about it. We're having too much fun. I've already sworn once. So
and I got myself back to scratch, so now I can have fun as well.
Well, I'm in my crude long trade now, so
let's
96. So.
Deanna, long trade.
Yeah, good.
From what price?
86.96.
86.96.
96, yeah.
86.
Two contracts on that.
Do you use the line 86 it at all ever? We're gonna get so into
if you're gonna cut something, you 86 it.
Give F it, 86 it. Basically, I'm gonna toss that shit.
No, No, they don't say that here.
Okay. That's what we say here all the time. No, we don't.
Like, I just 86 that trade.
Yep, Johnny did 86 the trade. I'm out. Tossed it.
I think where the 86 comes from, and tell me if I'm wrong, I think it's like to get kicked out of a bar. You say you got 86th. I think it comes from way back in the day.
Is that what they told you, Jack? Jack's like, well, every time I got kicked out, they're like, 86 that guy.
I would not have known what they told me if I got kicked out of a bar. That being said, I think they would put you on the 86 proof way back in the day booze if you were acting kooky.
I love this, Jack. This is the type of information that fills me up with more knowledge, even outside of trading. I'm down with that.
I was going to say, I've never been kicked out of a bar, or I've been kicked out of a lot of bars, but I've never been 86th.
Yeah. My wife's been kicked out of bar. Deanna's been kicked out of bar. Hogue, yeah, nice lie.
Well, I kind of said it wrong. I said, I meant to say I've been kicked out of a lot of bars, but I've never been 86th.
Oh, no, that's usually the bartenders. They lean back and they go, 86 that dude. And they look at security and like, go on. I've had a kick out and I've been kicked out. I remember when my wife and I first started dating, she got kicked out because he's like, he looks at me, he's like, because she's ordering drinks, leaning over, being completely non-sober. And he goes, she's got to get out of here. She was definitely.
Well, Donna got kicked out of a bar at one of our parties because she fell asleep.
That's not a good look.
It was at a Topstep party. She just laid down on a couch like in the back and just went to sleep. They're like, yeah, she can't sleep here. Get her out of here.
Oh, man. Topstep parties in the early day before we had HR. That was fun.
Yes.
HR.
I know I'm the owner of the company. I'm like, oh, shit, this is actually going to be liability on the company of us all like blah, 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 having a good time together. And like we would drink that. We'd go to Series at the end of the day. Johnny and I would. We had other people. Hetty would show up. And those that don't know, Series was the best bar in Chicago.
Best drink in the city.
They would go, you go like this, you go up there and you'd be like, hey, can I get a Jack and Coke? Jack Daniels and Coke. They would go like this, sure, no problem. Go like this with the Jack all the way till it's like right here. Sorry, this is what I have.
Right to the top.
They'd open up the Coke, splash, and hand you both. It was just the greatest.
You actually had to.
Dangerous.
Yes. You had to sip down some of the Jack Daniels to even get some Coke in it.
Yeah, but that's what got you started, if you know what I mean, John. So, hey.
Oh, yes.
My husband likes to do that. He kind of has a really strong drink at the start of the evening and then carries on drinking wine.
Oh, he switches it up. He goes from a strong drink.
Oh, yeah.
I like that idea.
We used to do that in college where we start with really the good beer because we're so, everybody's broke in college. You get like the best beer you'd start drinking and then you bust out like the shitty beer like a little bit later. Yeah.
You always give your guests the good wine first because they can't taste the shitty wine later.
Oh, in college you didn't bring anything. You didn't give anything. Your guest had a breakthrough.
Give me $5 for a cup for the keg.
Yeah. All right, John. It poked its head below 120 for a little bit. Now it's above it a little bit.
Yeah. See, this is where it gets difficult because I think the market is going to continue lower. Now it's the hard time. Now it's hard to find good trade location.
Yeah.
Well, I like to use the initial balance of low as a loose trade location for continuing short trades. It's doing pretty good, especially if we're not too far away from the initial balance low.
So you would say, Dee, that this blue line being the initial balance low in the S&Ps, we're not too far from it.
Yeah, that would be an orientation
your
point.
risk
Yeah.
on that?
I usually risk 35 to 40 ticks on ES, depends on how much liquidity we have at any particular time of year. So yeah, that would be the
10
same.
points. 10 points.
Yeah, 9.5, 9 to 10 points, roughly. Yeah.
All right. So would this be a trade you would be willing to take?
Well, the only problem with ES, like NQ has got some space before it hits the daily demand. It's got 78 handles, but ES has got a demand level at 43.67. So that's a little bit too tight of a profit margin for me. I like to have more space on my short trades. Otherwise, I had to like watch
basically yesterday's low.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be. If I got involved, this would be my idea of a little scalp, but too tight of a profit margin for me. So I really like to see at least 9-10 handles of space before I hit the opposing problem area.
While you guys were talking, I pick up 10 handles. Just because it was at 33s and I got short at 33s and it sold off, so I wanted to get short again, and now it sold off again. But since I'm not seeing it too well, I wanted to get right back in roughly the area where I got back in and it fell out of bed.
So where's that?
It just did it again. But I'm not.
Maybe I should start trading the freaking NASDAQ.
No, Johnny, stay out of here. You want to take care of your heart.
Yeah, if you do, you're going to need those beta blockers that I keep mentioning.
Maybe I should just get some life insurance.
I mean, Donna's not going to be opposed to that
one. Just up your life insurance, honey. That's okay.
It would be the crappy part about it is if your wife goes, hey, just give you a heads up their life insurance. Actually, it was yours. That's yours.
Yeah. And what's the combination to your gun safe?
I see you're trading. I see you're trading again. I just upped your life insurance.
So the next question would be, honey, why? What are you planning?
Right.
Just don't push me down the stairs yet.
Those 32s bouncing off there. It gave it a little college head fake try, up to 38s, 39s, 40s. And then sold off 40 handles in 5-10 minutes. There you go.
Well, I am really starting to get tired of me pussyfooting around in this in my trading on screen. It's gotta end. It's gotta end soon. I'm gonna pick up an amount of risk and I'm gonna lose it, and that's gonna get me over this.
All right, tilt is up. 70% of folks are short right now. NASDAQ and S&P. Tilt is up. Tilt is up. Thanks, guys.
Well,
at least now we have a bias indicator. I'm going to share the bias indicator. 69% of people are short right now. In the NASDAQ, and the average price of that is 128. So they got 14 handles into it. They just had 20.
So my target on the short in the S&Ps would be this point of control, naked point of control down here, 56. But I'm not in it because I'm a wimp.
No, John, be careful.
Well,
I'm a weasel.
Can I give you some inspiration?
Yes, please do.
All right. How about the top performing funded traders from yesterday? And there's one big one.
Oh, yeah. Size, Jack.
Yeah.
How is this going to give me inspiration?
Because you probably helped develop this trader in some way, shape, or form, just by your osmosis.
Holy shnikes.
Kyle put up in his live account. See, guys, this is why we're getting good. Topstep is getting good at pulling people up from the live account. Would you really want to be making 60 grand on sim your entire life? And this Kyle's put up more than that too. I think in his total balance. No, you want to be a professional. Now you can tell mom and dad, sister and brother, significant other. I put up 60 large live money as a professional trader with a prop firm out of Chicago. Awesome, Kyle. And awesome to everybody else too. That's big money.
Yeah, let's call this a teaser today because I'm sure Mick's going to have more to say. And rumor is we're going to get Kyle on here at some point.
Well,
maybe not today, but soon.
Nice.
Another great reason why we wanted to create Topstep TV is for you guys to all kind of get a feel for Okay, now
we were kind of all watching Kyle yesterday. This wasn't one trade. He absolutely just nailed big moves I think it was the NASDAQ yesterday.
Yes.
Risk manager Brett got the pom-poms out at one point. As you'll recall, Mick mentioned him yesterday. I don't want to pooch too much of his story because I know Mick's going to want to talk, but he was up 20K when Mick described him yesterday on Shoulder Tap.
Yeah. All right, now tilt is not working, so that was fun. That was fun while it lasted.
I'm just waiting, still in crude oil.
Let's see. Crude.
What do they call it? Waiting for my ship to come in?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I waited. I had to swim out to it.
John's on the dinghy. Okay.
Metaphors that John does. Well, it's very descriptive.
Guys, we had tilt working. That was fun. If we can have it. All right, so we have a lot of people that do team trading. That's what we got from all of that. We're going to get hard at work at that one because this whole momentum of like, hey, bring a friend to TopstepTV. The next part of this is to turn it into team trading. And then us at Topstep trying to really explain to you guys or demonstrate how we team trade. And if we can kind of spill that over and you can take that and then your team, you can be teamed up, can take that. You will have trading buddies for life in that room. And it's a lot better than trading by yourself. That's the majority that I've learned is better, is trading with other traders and being around other traders.
That's the sole reason why I started my YouTube channel. You get very lonely, just you by yourself.
Yeah.
I don't know if you grow as fast either. I don't know.
Yeah. Having the ability to discuss trades with others who know what you're talking about, that's really valuable for anyone's growth.
Even if you look at the path of becoming a trader, that a lot of us follow, you start, you get smoked, and then you start gravitating, and then you like get really into it, and then you find other traders, and you find a community, then you find your tight community, and then they show up on your text messages, and you're like shooting the breeze with them all the time about now big headlines that are moving the markets. That to me is like finding golf buddies, or I don't know if you musicians have that. But
we're always buddies because obviously we spend long times working and living together. You go off on a gig with someone and you're practically living with these people.
Right. And then I'm sure that's a topic of conversation. Like, look, we all have great friends, but we gravitate towards something that connects us. Mm-hmm. Whether it's you and so and so that are neighbors. I mean, you're talking about your lawn. that's an easy one. Your lawn looks great. Mine, I'm still working on. I don't know. So trading buddies are awesome. We're going to work on making sure Topstep helps connect people. And we're the matchmakers. We're your Tinder.
I just saw an old friend of mine is in the room today, Matt Hoyt. He was a frequent flyer on Make Hogue Money. He uses Andrew's pitchforks for his trading, and might be an interesting one to have him come on here with us one of these days.
Oh, MPS, I see you're interviewing Korbs. He actually interviewed me about a year ago.
Did he?
Pretty good one. Yeah. This is a pretty fun interview. He asks good questions. He's quite eloquent.
Yeah.
So looking forward to listening to him today.
Yeah, let's throw my just so people can understand, I had a Korbs interview as well. And the reason why I want to throw it in here in the chat, just so everybody can at some point I kind of explained the whole history of Topstep. And then, what we're seeing as the future, what we're going to do at Topstep, and then also what I think about the future of the industry and whatnot. So it's good enough that I don't have to repeat all that story if you guys want to watch it. If they want to throw it in there.
I lived it.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, we navigated the unknown, creating the funding industry. John, we used to do custom combines. John used to have a stack. And you could customize your combine. Hey, I want to be evaluated. My rules: I want to have average winner, average loser, and have my win rate above 50%. So, and then we would adjust that risk accordingly, and then send it back and say you're approved. That was a really fun time. John had stacks of papers. He's like, "What do you think about this trader? He's asking for this, this, and this." And that's how we used to evaluate, because like we wanted to find out, and they had to be like rules that we could track. So that was kind of the early days. We had a lot more rules than just one downside rule. But then as the company grew, as the industry grew, it was just a different type of trader that would come in here that just wanted less rules. And one of the reasons why it took us a while to get to two-step and less rules is like, I'm not a huge believer in less rules makes you a better trader, and I sure as hell know no rules does not make you a better trader.
I agree.
No, right.
I actually wasn't too happy with everybody going down the road of minimal rules, because for new traders, you really need something to stop you on the days when things are not going right. And if you don't have that, if you don't think about risk like that, and if you're only kind of gunning for the maximum drawdown always, which I see a lot on Twitter and everywhere, people are like, "Oh, I made so much cash," and I'm like, "But how did you make it?" And they get like 50K accounts, and then they're making like $2,000 per trade, and then they do 6 of them. And I'm like, well, that's never going to work. Like on that kind of a maximum trailing drawdown, you're not going to survive. Like 9 times out of 10, things are going to go wrong. It's too big a risk, And
I was getting really upset with a lot of these other companies that are popping up. People are like, "You're just mad because they're taking your business." I'm like, I don't give a shit about that. I give a shit about helping traders, because that's the longevity game. Like, we all want to help traders. I do not want to bring Michael, the rookie ass trader that gambled his ass off and lost $30,000 trading accounts. I don't want to bring that into the industry. You don't have to pay that high of tuition to even trade in the industry anymore, or in the markets anymore. You shouldn't have to pay that type of thing. I don't know. And then you start selling all these bazillion different accounts, and I can copy this and copy that. I don't know, man. It's just like, sure, you can justify however your strategy is. That's just not one. You can't even do that at a brokerage firm. So I don't.
I mean, there's now 2 different styles of firms, because it's now evolved into a whole industry. So you have the casino style firms, which, they're very low cost of entry, and, for very experienced traders, that's actually maybe a good path, because you already know what you're doing. But for every one good trader, you're going to get 1,000 who have no idea what they're doing, and they just see a good deal, and they don't know about the activation fees and, all of that. So they're like, "Oh, I'm going to get 20 accounts." It's like, do you realize that on those 20 accounts, there's an activation fee, even if you do get funded? So if you don't have like, $3,000 to put up for the 20 accounts that you just funded, just got funded, how's that going to work? Just start with one. Start with one.
That's what I'm
one.
We moved to 3, and now it's competitive pressure too. I'm like, all right, man.
I mean, three is a good number, because you can use 3 as a sort of a backup. This is what I teach people. So if you get one, it's sort of like putting your eggs. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Eggs in what?
Yeah, if you put all of your eggs in one basket, it kind of increases the pressure. But if you know that if you have 2 other accounts, so even if things don't go well or you run into a drawdown period, you still have the other 2, right?
Yeah.
So that's actually a pretty good kind of backup system. But to get all 3 and then to just trade all 3 of them at once in a funded account, it's not what it's for, at least not in my eyes.
Yeah.
So I always, if I'm going to get more accounts, I always use them as backup. And then if one is past some kind of a safe balance, then I kind of start trading the other one. But I would never trade all of them at once. It's just suicide.
That's what came in here in your and then it's just a bunch of traders like, why can't I get 20 accounts? Why can't I get? I'm like, dude, we don't have the sticky. Like, that's, in my opinion, that type of like selling that to traders is not helping traders. If anything, you're catering to their weakness.
Or gambling mentality.
Side. And then I called it like a cheap cheap scratch ticket that they're trying to sell you that then has a huge activation fee on it or whatever. We have an activation fee, but like we're not trying to get you in 20 accounts, get an activation or at a 96% sale. Oh, another sale. Oh, another sale. Blah, blah, blah. That chintzy ass way of doing it is not my style. It won't be Top Step styles ever. We dropped our price. We don't do like flash sale. We'll give giveaways here. But yeah, we're not selling the FOMO, even though I guess you got people coming on here asking resets all the time. So maybe
Fire drill.
we'll have to go back to the drawing board on that one. I don't know.
Is it smoke?
Yeah.
Fire drill.
Maybe we're culprit. I don't know. No, but we're here trying to help. That's what we try to do. Some of these other companies, and again, to each his own on who you want to go with. But definitely go with a company that's going to help you become a better trader, at least help you get better trading habits, because just having 20 accounts or 100 accounts or a bazillion accounts, if you can't trade one account well, why the hell are you copying that one with 20 and then paying activation on all of them?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Subliminal advertising.
Yeah.
Fire drill.
Andy created Fire Drill, so blame it on Andy. Where are you at?
Fire drill.
Right, I'm still in my crude. I'm still waiting.
How's it doing? Is it smoking?
It's not it's not smoking, but
not on fire yet.
It's slowly crawling upwards.
Right.
Yeah,
It's not on fire yet.
Well,
it's not on fire.
you know what?
I'm
You know
not
what's
sure it
on
will
fire?
be. What's on fire?
Hot streaks.
Ooh, that's a different on fire.
21 days for Massimiliano. Maybe Steve Young from the 49ers, perhaps.
Young, there you go.
Jack, I've always wanted to get Top Step to sign an athlete, like a professional athlete that talks about how their regiment, their routine, and how they became a professional. Like that was their like core foundation. I don't know if like Allen Iverson would be my go-to. Like practice. I don't practice.
He's drinking Coronas at a Chili's. I think he's famous for that. Steve Young's looking for work. I think he got let go from his announcing job.
Steve Young would be a good one. Yeah. That'd be fun. Steve Y, great trading. 21 days, I think, our goal. This is benchmark high water mark. Can somebody hit up, and it'd be the risk guys, hit up these two top ones. They're neck and neck, head to head. And can we find out if they're up right now? I know they got it on their board. So maybe if, Jack, they let us know, you'll let us know if any of these two that are at 21 days, Steve and how do we say it?
Massimiliano.
Massimiliano. There wasn't very many of those in my high school class in the cornfields of Nebraska.
Yeah, probably a lot of Tylers.
Michaels, John. Sorry, John. A lot of Johns. A lot of Tylers. Kyles. There's Kyle's
There's a lot of Johns, only one Hogue.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
All right, so we're down here at the 110s, 15 110s. We're now below the 20s again. 20s has been that number, and we've hung out around it just lately, right now-ish area. And
yeah, NASDAQ closing below the initial balance. So technically, that's now a sustained auction, successful auction to the downside.
I'm still pissed. Which I guess in England means drunk.
Yeah. Pissed off means angry. Pissed means you're just drunk.
And taking the piss out of someone is, jabbing them.
Yeah.
Oh, we call that where I'm from kicking the shit out of somebody. Taking it a step further.
And in Chicago, it's beating the F out of somebody.
Well, yeah, taking the piss is more like
it's more like verbal, kind of like, oh, you're kidding me, like, really, is this what you're doing to me? So kind of taking the mick out of someone, that's the same thing. So taking the piss, it's like, oh mate, he's taking the piss.
Fire drill.
All right, so bring your friend to Topstep TV week is either a wild success or we have a bunch of people from some country that likes to hack and they're here because I am appreciating that we just almost had 4,000. Now it's down at 3,100. And
they should have been patient. They should have been patient.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, that just happened like within the last 10 seconds of me talking. So we have volatility in watching and between 2,000. We're playing the levels between 2,000 and 4,000. So let's get shorter on the 4,000 watching again.
Stay patient.
So, a quick note from production MP and everyone watching YouTube. Those viewers you see like live on there, they're not right. In back, we didn't move that much, but that was kind of an aberration, so to speak.
The 4,000?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm confused when it comes to technology and data and spreadsheets and.
I'm not, but YouTube baffles me, to be honest.
Yeah, right.
They have some really odd ways of displaying metrics and stuff. So.
Yeah. Standard deviation is about 2. But who knows? Maybe you in YouTube once you figure out their algo, it's like a slot machine. Ding 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 ding. And then next thing you know, you're like everybody is pointed that's on their websites pointed to your stuff. I don't know. Who knows? All right, we're below the 120s, John. You have numbers below the 120s of 040. That was a Patrick one way back when, right? Is that what you said earlier?
120 was low volume area yesterday.
Yeah.
And
Roy Jenkins, MP Big Short coming below 59. I watched the Big Short last night and I fell asleep towards the very end. My wife and I did. It was fun. I like rewatching it. I've watched it like 4 times.
120. There you go.
Big Short again. Yeah, we're under 120s. Deanna, do you have a target for crude oil? James is asking.
Yeah, so if I can get anywhere between 87.50 and 87.70, I'll be happy. I always have a zone for everything that I do, so the target is statistically viable to put me on the positive risk reward, but it's not like, oh, I have to get this to the tick. So it's on a sliding scale depending on how strong the auction is, where we are, what time of day it is as well, because if it's getting too late in the day or too close to lunchtime in New York, then it's going to slow down. So I usually clip it. So yeah, we'll see. It's not the biggest day. It's really not the biggest reaction for now. Oh, it's just woken up. Hello. Good morning. Somebody's had coffee.
Fatty, I like Dumb Money. I'm going to go watch. I don't know if I'm going to watch it. I'm going to wait till it comes on so I can, on whatever streaming thing so I can just sit there at home and watch it in my bed. I don't really like going in because I buy popcorn and all that shit. But I'm going to go watch that movie. Fire drill, guys. Yes, you're asking about it. It'll happen when you least expect it. How about that? Okay, we're trying to hold these 1 evens, 15 1 evens. James, Killers of the Flower Moon. I've gone and seen Killers, but if this is a movie called Killers of the Flower Moon, I shall look into it. But going to see Killers, man, that's a great concert. Deanna, what's your favorite band?
I have a favorite guitar player.
Oh, let me guess. Slash.
Steve Vai.
No, Joe Satriani. Close, John, close. I actually went to see both of them, both Steve Vai and Satch, a few times, actually. Yeah, very, very good performers, both of them. Excellent musicians. Huge respect. I even have lefty guitars from Satch. I have 2 of them. I have the white one and the red one.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
I saw Joe Satriani standing room only at the Metro in Chicago. And he was
I'm at the
like,
Apollo over here in London for the first time.
He was like 45 minutes late, but it was well worth the wait.
Yeah. No, he's awesome. He can't really sing, and he keeps trying to sing. I think Steve Vai is a much better singer than him. I don't know why he's turned to singing. That was my only...
Not a good enough guitarist.
Yeah. I mean, he's ridiculous. Like he's just
Totally.
he's out of this world. Like seriously, an alien. Surfing with
Surfing
an
with the
alien. Yeah, that's right. Very apt description. Well, the inventory was nothing. Move.
Nothing, right?
Well, guys, do we have anything that we want to bring in newsworthy? Anything that we want to bring in interesting worthy?
Yeah, we got a few tidbits here.
Yeah, let's do that.
We'll go around the horn right now. We got our friend Elon Musk is going to be charging $1 a year to access the ability to tweet.
What do you guys feel about that one really quickly? I like somehow getting rid of trolls. I think trolling is kind of like, and it's been happening for so many years. It's kind of like when Facebook first started. You're like, oh, I got a friend, and then after so many years, like, dude, who cares? Like, blah blah blah. Or like posting so many things, and you're like, now you're like sick of content. You're like, oh my god, another like person and their kids in this magical wherever, or somebody's on vacation. Go figure.
MP, I think that the $1 is probably to combat bots, because a true troll would pay $1,000 a year.
Okay, yeah, bot. Yeah, a troll farm. How about this? A troll farm of bots.
Yeah, I've had a few trolls.
Yeah. Also, we have that on
Doesn't
this
even
day,
penetrate anymore.
in 1931, American
Ooh.
gangster Al Capone was convicted of federal income tax evasion and was sentenced to 11 years in Alcatraz, The Rock.
I love Capone was my third dog. It was a Rottweiler. His name was Capone. Nicest boy in the world. Then I got Cassius, a bull mastiff. But yeah, Capone.
Is that why they convicted him in the end?
Oh yeah, that's what you get here. As long as there's no paper trail and you never got your hands dirty, yeah, they get you for taxes here.
Right.
Also, just for some nostalgia's sake, we got sent in a few old photos from the floor today.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. There you are.
That's this jacket. You want to see how bad this jacket is? This is how ripped up it is.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I used to that's that jacket when it was in better shape.
What happened to it?
It's like
If you
he's
don't
playing
mind me asking.
A lot of guys, it's like people leaning on you. It's just like wearing it over and over and over. You put it on, take it off, put it on, take it off, put it on, take it off. Yeah.
And these photos are a teaser because James Harden found a old YouTube video on someone's site that is a video of Hogue and MP giving a tour.
Oh yeah.
So it's like 13 minutes long, so we're going to download it, cut it up into something nice, and we'll show that in a future episode.
Rick Santelli was there.
Rick Santelli was there. I look about 30 years younger. And then Hogue, I think he looked about 40 years younger.
See, that's taking the piss, Michael.
Let's take exactly.
So, Michael, I think we're the same age, aren't we? 1980?
Born in 79.
Oh, you're 79. I'm 1980.
Oh, God, you're way younger than I am.
Yeah, way younger.
We're Generation X, so you know. X was a very short period of time. Mm-hmm. And I always thought it was a cool, like, generation. And then there's, like, the generation, like, Millennium Falcon or whatever all these generation names are.
Millennium Falcon. I'm from the last year of the Boomers.
And then before the Boomers was the greatest generation ever, right? Here in the States.
Generation.
Yeah. They went through, come on, man.
Boomers were the second greatest generation.
Yeah. We went through, like, my battery's dying on my iPad compared to, like, what the people in the 40s went through. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Right.
Everybody.
Well, I grew up in Serbia, so I had a mixed experience because the country fell apart in my teenage years. So,
Right.
yeah, from 91 to 99, we constantly had stuff happening. So, I mean, it was interesting, very stressful, but I think it made me into a stronger person.
Right. The average age of traders here at Topstep, it used to be 39. It's kind of, you'd be like, oh man, I thought I was lower. No, it's kind of funny because I was always 39. Now, when like in my late 30s, we started doing surveys. And I'm like, everybody's kind of my age. Interesting. I wonder if they're all kind of similar to this. And of course, Eddie and Hug skew up the average. Sorry, Hug.
Yeah, you're all right there, Patak.
Yeah, well, you're a good guy yourself.
Hey, Deanna, are you still in that trade?
Yep, still in that trade. I'm just still watching it. So I'm probably going to take it off soon because it's not really doing much. So again, if I can grab 0.5 hours, if I can grab about 20, 25 ticks, that would be nice.
Let's do a poll real quick. Are you under or are you over 35? We'll just kind of go right there. Are you under or are you over 35? And I just want to see how many people here are under or over.
Well, I identify as 18.
That's you can do that, John. You are a human being. You can do whatever you want. You can identify as that. I'm cool with that.
Mentally and emotionally, I'm still a teenager.
I'm just glad I don't look 12 anymore.
No, was that a long time? Like of looking very young, because you are still looking very young. I would have never guessed I'm going to get myself in a whole lot of shit right now. So I'm just going to say you look great, Deanna. I thought you were in your mid 20s.
Yeah, thank you. The lights do forgive a lot, but I mean, I do have some little bit of wrinkles here that you will see more in real life. But I do look young. I still look like I'm about 29, 30.
She started trading when she was 6.
Yes, exactly. Very young. I looked super young up until I was about 37.
Okay.
And then almost overnight, I started looking like I'm sort of late 20s, and I still look like
Oh, shucks.
May it continue.
We're all feeling sorry for you right now.
Age 10 years overnight. It's the trading.
Oh, yeah. Or the 6 or the 8 dogs and a husband.
Yeah. But that's only the last couple of years, yeah. Well, the husband was 18 years, but yeah, the dogs are a new addition. Come on, crude.
Oh, Deanna has the pom-poms out, cheerleading the position.
Yeah. Come on.
15, 130. It's back up to close to the 120s. So clearly this is an area of interest. Oh, here's a 100 lot short. I can get a short. All right, 100 lot just came in here, got short, and they all got lifted. So I will take this short from 31 right now. The 100 lot got in there. Sure, I take a little heat on it. I haven't seen the 100 lot take a 20 handle blowout. But if it does, my stop is up here at 51. There it is again. See it? Oh, they're playing to the short side. They might be up here again, too.
I gotta see this.
Watch the ladder on this right side. Offers. All these offers. They're 1, 2, 19. That's sort of okay. So there's a 100 lot right here, and then I put it back in here. This one didn't get filled up there, but this 31s, around the 31s, 100 lot did. Sometimes you can see these big orders that come in there. They're really interesting just to follow. And it's at the high of this. It's back at the 33s where John says if you're going to sell it up here, it's a great time to sell it. I'm not still saying it's a great play, but I'm playing it because I don't have very many reads right now. And I've been following this 100 lot as they've been showing up every now and then.
Was paying you.
Yeah, it is. This 100 lot, I'd rather have a 100 lot on.
Well, I had always said, when the market's going against you, you'll always have too many on. When it's going your way, you'll never have enough.
31.75 guys is what I'm short from. 15.135, and I had been short up there prior. You can see prior I was short 32s right here. Before that I was short 30s and 30s, and that's where I got a little bit of something. So 31s have been, and it's at the highest little 5-minute range. I mean, it's not horrible, and it's this volume bar, high volume bar right around here, right? Bit enough with your over. Okay, so 57% of people are over the age of 35. There we go. That's enough. 1,600 votes. So needless to say, we are all fully formed adults for the most part. I would never say a trader's fully formed adult, but if you're going to pick this profession, it's kind of hard to be.
A little crazy.
You got to be fully formed and mature in your trading and you're managing your emotions. I'd say that's
and a little crazy.
And a little crazy.
And a little crazy, yes. Definitely.
Speaking of crazy.
Uh-oh.
Pierre definitely fade me, man. I'm just going off this 100 lot. I don't have any huge conviction right here, except I've seen the 100 lot pay out.
Speaking of crazy, we have something to show the people. We give the people what they want. And
here it is.
Today, yes, is an interesting.
I'm so on pins and needles right now. Ring, ding, 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 ringing. Woo! Yeah, you do the
soundboard.
Your sirens are definitely different than ours.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're trying to figure out new ways to do this without making our support department's lives a walking hell. And we're trying this today. So today's giveaway is a free reset. We will be sending out that email. So check your emails. Keep an eye on it. It comes with a reset code that you can use now or in the future. And thank you for getting us to 41,000 subscribers.
All right. That's awesome. Cool. So how does this work? They just get an email, and then the email will have the code. Will the email have a time period?
Let me confirm everything with Danielle. I can read what I was sent.
Danielle, you're rewarding yes. People that aren't tuning in.
We will be sending an email to everyone that is currently in a trading combine for one free reset.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. We definitely should mention that this is your one and only, because next time you got to be joining us in Topstep TV. All the folks here that are joining us, thank you, but I'm kind of talking the other ones that are actively trading at Topstep that probably, should be in here working together.
All right, I'm doing Eddie's.
All right, I'm taking this crude oil off. So grab 6 ticks out of it. So it's just not really doing much. So yeah, inventories didn't really do much.
Right.
Oh, that's beautiful. That sounded so good to everyone's ears, I'm sure.
Was it really loud? I'm sorry.
All right, I'm getting stupid.
Trying to get Eddie's sound effects in here. Oh no, that's not right.
I mean, the quality of the production, Johnny, you just took us down like 6 notches, but hey.
No, that's not it. All right, I'll skip that then.
Fire drill. It's technically somebody at your door. All right, so I got stopped out at 52s, 32s. I sold 32s, got stopped out at 52s, and got back in just because I'm still a friend of the 100 lot. If I can stop that again, I'll clearly take my punishment for doing this trade. But who faded me? Hopefully you got out, because I got stopped out for 20 handles. If you're taking 20 handles, you would have had it.
I made a whole $120 on my crude oil trade.
Yeah. Today's
yeah, it just didn't move. Yeah, it's a profit.
That's good.
Yeah.
Hello.
All right, guys.
You out?
Yeah, I think I should be out, because isn't Andre waiting to come on as well?
Oh yeah, well we're gonna have shoulder tap coming in. No, you be out by 10:30 if you want to dip now. Hogan MP, I'm sure can handle it, and we're gonna get Mick on pretty shortly.
I mean, I can hang if you want.
No, get the hell out of here, Deanna.
I'll see you Monday.
You made
much love, Dean. Much love.
All right, I just got back to scratch again. This 100 lot, if this 100 lot keeps us straight, you guys remember the spot, the 31s, the 100 lot came in here, got filled on all of them. And the 100 lot short that we saw on the offer over here on my screen. It's not, you guys can't see it, but it was on the offer. I have depth of market or level 2 data. Again, I like to see everything happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it got short up here.
Some questions. Excuse me. I'm seeing, this reset is going to be emailed to you. You don't have to use it right away. From what I'm seeing, if that's correct. Check your email. There you go. There you go. So you'll be able to use this when you want. You don't have to use it right now.
Though you do have to be in a combine.
Yes, you do have to be in a trading combine, of course. And it's not an automatic email that you're going to get in 10 seconds. Look for it at the end of the day.
And tune in all day.
Yes, of course.
Participate. Share your stuff.
You never know what's going to happen here. Crazy things happen here.
Crazy. I got short again. Very light and tight. Because the 100 lot, I'm still playing that 100 lot trade. This is going with paper. It's called going with paper. I go with paper, and I like to fade retail. Swear to God. I mean,
you're leaning on it.
Yeah.
Ooh. It seems like there's some kind of offers that may be replenishing here up around this 31, 32 level that you're short.
Yeah, I'm just right here right now. What is this? Is NASDAQ, John. Welcome to NASDAQ.
Jeez, I know, right?
Uh-huh.
I can't look at it. I can't look at it. It's the big one.
It's the big one.
I'm coming, Elizabeth. So, yeah, Boomer. Michael was watching the dome in the NASDAQ here, and he saw an order for 100 to sell at 31. The market went up there and either took it out or they canceled it. But he's been noticing that there's an active trader or a group of active traders that have been pretty successful when they put that size on, at least for a short period of time. Maybe not that successful right now, but it's something that he's been leaning on. He's been taking some profits on it.
Every now and then.
And don't forget, we do have power players with Korbs at 11, and at 12, we're going to go over the vocabulary, the features, the construction of, and the care and feeding of the market profile and volume profile. A lot of folks have questions on those. I'm going to take an hour and take a look at that, and that's group coaching right here at 12 o'clock Central Time.
No, I don't use Bookmap. I know a lot of people do use Bookmap. There's some questions in here.
Yes.
My P&L is minus $200. Should be right there on the bottom of your screen. Just have a little one lot on right here to the far right of your screen on the ladder. What just showed up on the chart? T4's charts are pretty old school that I like.
Yeah. I'm a fan of the T4. I mean, it's the one I learned on. It's the one you learned on. So maybe there's a little bit of a bias towards it, but I like it because of the profiles.
Yeah, that's true. Can I join TopstepTV? You can, as a cast, we're doing casting call for anybody who's got great stories. It's been funded. Have great stories. Yep. If we have a link to that, let's definitely throw it in here for We just want to hear. We want to get other people. You got to do like a video of yourself or something, and then talk out a trade or something. That's going to help. And then I'm sure there's some cool ass cats on here that have scars or stories or whatever.
I think.
Did you say?
Oh, go ahead.
Did you say cool ass cats?
Cool ass cats. Cool cats. I don't know, John. What does your genre say?
It's kind of a 40s generation thing, isn't it?
Oh, well, you know what?
You know, the jazz
Oh, yeah.
generation. We got some cool cats here.
Yeah, speakeasies were, I don't know, but I mean, I know in New York and Chicago try to replicate them. They're awesome. as far as when I was going to bars in my 20s and 30s. There's one in Chicago where you go through a barbershop and then you go in there. It's small. It's cool. Very cool. I just like those little, and then you have these fancy ass cocktails, which I kind of like over drinking the same thing.
Well, why don't we see if Brett likes cocktails?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm pretty sure he does.
All right. We'll be back in a few seconds with Shoulder Tap with Brett. Just bear
Awesome.
with us. Hey, Brett.
You guys covered up Leo back in the background. What a good. I like that. Good move.
Terms of service. What can we do?
Mike's not picking up.
Yeah, I think it's your.
So while he's working on that mic, you got 2 paintings back there, guys. Oh, and a shitload of awards. Inc. 5000. Look at all those are like year, 2019 and 2021. So we've been Inc. 5000 winner of like whatever we've ranked best. I think our ranking was 1,200 in the year. The 5,000 fastest growing companies. I think last year's like 3,000 at third place or something. I don't know. And then all those best places to work for, right there to the right of the Inc. So you have Fear and Greed. You have all the far left of your screen is American Psycho. The far right is from Wolf of Wall Street, and that's Greed. There's Psycho, and over his shoulder there's Greed. And that's Leo screwing over a client because he's so damn greedy. And back in the day, I've heard this line before when I moved to Chicago. They are a client till proven broke on the brokerage, an old brokerage saying. I never liked that because I got crushed.
Because I was a client and I was broke.
I was a client that then became broke. Exactly.
Yeah.
At a brokerage firm. And I always thought there was a better way. You don't have to go do it. So that's my soapbox. I'm not going to get on that. Brett, tell us, is your mic working? Or are we?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Thanks so much for having me on today.
Here it is.
Yeah, and love to see it. Even on a personal level with some of our traders, it's like, man, when people take big money out of the live markets, I love to see it. I hate it when people hit their daily loss limit and just tank away an account. It happens. It's happened to all of us if you've been in the markets long enough. I know Michael talks about his experience with it, and every trader has experience with which time they were in the market. But thanks for having me on. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, good morning.
to have you with us.
Brett. Yeah, awesome to have you.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got some exciting traders for us. The first one is Jason G, who actually Mick talked about yesterday, and I wanted to highlight one other thing about this trader. On Monday, we moved 2 of their XFA, their express funded accounts, to live. And then yesterday, they hit a home run and made $24,000 in their third express funded account, which that's now being moved with their other 2 accounts. So they've got 3 express funded accounts moving to the live markets.
For a total.
That third one that just closed out yesterday closed out with over 36,000, which means that they're eligible for a payout of up to 18,000 from just that one transfer to live. And that's based on the data that we're able to collect and trade from the express funded level accounts. So we love to see it. Jason, we want you to take a payout. The one thing I wanted to mention to you, Jason, I don't have a lot of recommendations. You're killing it with 83% winning days, but as soon as you passed these express funded accounts, you opened a bunch more trading combines, which I think is great. We love seeing you trade. When you move to a funded level account, even if it's just from the trading combine to the express funded account, treat that differently than your trading combine and take it seriously. Get to it. It's all practice, and it all leads you to the path to funding yourself as a professional trader.
Exactly. Jack stopped out. This rally got me. So I don't recommend getting getting a bunch of accounts, but this is an example of it works for this trader. But I would highly encourage everybody to stick with one. Don't reset more than one time a week if you want to. If you're struggling, try not to reset at all. Yep. Definitely can allow 3 accounts. So there you go. Thanks, Brett. Yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah, and you killed it in the express funded accounts. I'm not taking away from that at all. But you're moving to a different environment. You're going from the simulated funded markets to the live markets. There are nuanced differences. So pump the brakes. Work for a couple $100 a day. At the end of the year, it adds up real quick. But I love what I see. You're going to be moving to the live accounts with at least $30,000 in your live account. Can't wait to see what you can do.
Nice.
Next, we've got Miguel has 100% winning days and a phenomenal average daily P&L. Just got their account over $20,000. They're eligible for a payout, which is why one of my recommendations is take a payout, pay yourself. And focus on your funded account and just be consistent. Check those benchmark days of $200 or more, and consistency is what is needed in the live markets. But you're doing great. You're on the right track, and look forward to seeing your trading continue.
Yeah. Hey, really quickly, if you were to recommend a size account to anybody, if they go, hey, what size account should I go and start with here at Topstep, what would you recommend?
If it were me, I would be doing a 50K account.
Same here. Go the small, guys. $49. Come on, man. Big deal. Put it in. Get familiar with the markets at a 50K. And the 50Ks are probably our best performers, or most people get funded on. So we're not going to be like, go to the most expensive one and get 20 of them. No. Size down. If you can't trade small, you can't trade big.
Yeah, and one thing I'll have to do is look in my records, and I have handwritten notes of all of how many contracts or round turns I did in a day, my P&L that day. I have all that stuff handwritten, and I'll take a look and see what it says. But I imagine there's not a single comma on that page indicating more than $1,000 for the first month or two of my trading.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
And that's live trading with a professional mentor or trading buddy, as we often refer to him here. But there's a lot of stuff. Kyle K, I know you gentlemen have been talking about a little bit today, right? Yeah. In the live markets. What a story. Mick mentioned him yesterday as being up over $20,000 in their account. This is a live trader in the funded marketplace. And the stats that were up just a second ago for Kyle were actually yesterday's stats. And I don't know that there was enough room, but I wanted to highlight how much one day had changed. Yesterday, Kyle had a 14% winning day average. It was his second day in the live account. Yesterday was his second day in the live funded account that he took profits. He took over $60,000 out of the live markets. That's after fees. That's essentially take home. Now, Uncle Sam, he's in Chicagoland. Yeah, Uncle Sam's still going to take his share, so plan for that.
He's about 5 miles from me. Lamont is like one town over from me. I'm going to meet Kyle for lunch and a beer.
Oh, you should do it. You should definitely do it. And then take a picture, do it, and tell Kyle lunch on Topstep. John, you got to cover your own. Sorry, bud.
I'll cover my own. Of course.
John, you might have to travel a little bit. I spoke with Kyle yesterday a couple times, and Kyle is currently traveling abroad. And I asked him when he was getting back, and he had a very good answer of, I haven't decided. So it sounds like he's living his best life for sure.
Kyle, when you get back, let me know. If I'm in town, we'll go have a beer.
There you go.
And a few other things that Kyle said to me. It was a pleasure talking with Kyle, and actually, I hope that we can get him on TopstepTV at some point in the near future. But Kyle even said to me at one point, because he's hit his daily loss limit every single day that he's lost money. He's been in his live funded account for about 10 days now, and he's just had his second winning day. But even the daily P&L average went from negative 2,500 to around positive 5,200. Kyle said at one point, and he had a grin on his face the entire time I was talking to him. And traders that have had amazing days know what it's like, where you're bored for a minute that evening. It's like, I'm going to look at my P&L and just smile for a minute. It feels really good.
Right?
And I could hear him smiling. But Kyle even said, he goes, Brett, you're on the risk team at Topstep. You're not going to like my trading. And I chuckled to myself and I go, actually, Kyle, I was looking at your trading. You're right. I don't like it at all. And his style of trading is different. It's working for him. A daily loss limit of $3,000 and up to 15 contracts. He killed it yesterday and did that very well. There are different styles of trading. But what I wanted to highlight is I know traders that have professionally traded full-time for 20, 30 years that have never had a day over 50 or 60,000.
I never have. My biggest day was 32. I've never had it. No.
You almost doubled Michael's best day.
Yep.
But the thing that I want to point out on that is the best traders are the traders that can make it through the lean times. The good trading gets you through the lean times where you're not making as much money.
Yep.
And that's how you succeed in the marketplace. And I mean, I love to see you taking out this money, but Michael, John, everybody's been saying it, base hits, base hits, base hits. If you can take 500 or 1,000 out a day, you've got a pretty comfortable living.
1,000%. In $60,000. That's awesome.
Probably
$6,595. Yeah, almost doubled my day. I remember how ecstatic I was when I did a $32,000 day, finished the day, took all my buddies out, and paid for everything, of course. And it was just really, really exciting. It's kind of when you're just trading well, consistency. And next thing you have this like big day. And then we always talk about base hits. Get on base. We use baseball analogies. Get on base. You get the bases loaded and you hit a grand slam. Those are like your big days, and they happen. You just can't look for them. You just got to keep focusing on chipping away, and then you're gonna have these big opportunities that typically hit.
Been probably 15 years since I've had a day like this.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. And it's funny, in talking with Kyle and a lot of our funded traders, my dad got me into the industry in about 2008 as a professional futures trader. And he used to have conversations with me all the time about, $500 is a lot of money.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, Dad. But I can make 1,000 more or whatever. And 80% of the time, I would prove him right. The other 20%, I would probably kind of live it up a little bit, but be like, look what I did after you told me to go home. And ultimately, all that did was make the 4 times that I lost happen again, pretty much, because I had that one time. Right. Even though I knew he was right, it's funny coming full circle, where now I'm saying so many of the things that my mentor was saying to me as I grew as a trader and continued to grow as a trader. I mean, I was hearing that from the start through the finish of trading as a full-timer.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. We learn so much from others, and then we learn so much when we're part of other traders, talking to other traders, our mentors, all that kind of stuff. So damn important.
Absolutely. And love seeing Kyle trade. I did tell him to pump the brakes, and we have hit our daily loss limit for today, unfortunately, but I'll probably reach out to him. And
But he already took money out of the account or taking?
He's in the process. I believe he's submitted, or we briefly talked about that yesterday.
How much did he submit for? Do you know?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. I think he's eligible for around 35,000, if I'm not.
Take it, Kyle.
So what is that? 3 racks and 5 stacks?
It is. That's. Hold on. 5 stacks is 50. A stack's 10 grand, right?
Oh,
A dime. Racks are 1,000. That's what we did. I have my notes right here. And a stick is $1 million.
I look forward to the day that we need that.
It'd be
Descriptor.
3 dimes or 3 stacks and a few racks. 3 stacks and 5 racks. Travis, thank you. 3 stacks and 5 racks.
Right on.
All right.
That's
That's who I've got for you today.
All right. We thought we had more. All right.
Another great Thursday and Friday.
All right, cool. Good shit. I love it. Thank you.
All right.
Great job, Kyle, for paying attention and you're listening or tuning in or whatever you call it.
Thanks, Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Brett.
I was sitting at the edge of my seat waiting for the next one.
I know. I was like, okay, do I
Right.
have to be beating Brett? We're gonna try to get Brett on here at some point. That's
Kyle?
or sorry,
Brett too, but most
Brett too.
Kyle.
Brett as well. Yes. Kyle. Yeah, we're gonna try to get Kyle on here. You can ask him questions, and then maybe he can share his screen. Yeah, John, is there anything trading here? Because I stupidly am like just trading for the sake of trading. I'm down like 600, almost 700 now, just being stupid.
I mean, look at the profile here, Michael. I mean,
I know.
It's the point of controls in the center. We're at the volume point of control. There's very little to do here. What are we looking at on the chart here? I mean, we rejected value higher. We've kind of shown some degree of rejection below the initial balance low, but we're back above it now. I'm not doing anything. I'm going to probably focus on value high, perhaps for an opportunity, which I'm seeing at 15,180. There's that 15. There was that 120 level, but 120 is basically the point of control, so that's out now. So 180 probably looking for potential opportunity because it limits risk. Value low down here at 15, 111, 110 because that limits risk. But I don't want to do anything where we are in the middle here.
Yeah, I know.
It's kind of falling into balance here. I don't know what's going to happen later on. Something might actually move later on, but we don't know what.
Yeah, I'm still kind of staying convicted on not rightfully, not smartly so. To that 100 lot being short, I got stopped out twice on a 20 handle because I've been short 30s, and that's where the 100 lot got short. So I got out, and then I got in, then I got out, and that's what got me to the spot. So even going off the reservation of following your trading plan or what you do.
Yeah, how are you? You didn't get cut up too much, did you?
Yeah. I mean, it's just tune of 700 unnecessary dollars.
Yeah,
Unnecessary. This is just playing around, stupid stuff.
Fooling around to go $700. I can find better ways to fool around with $700.
I know. Me too.
So yeah, just be patient, Michael. I mean, you know what you're doing.
I know.
You know.
Well, Michael, you got to get ready soon because we got Korbs coming at 11.
Oh yeah. Let me cut out, and then I can get all beveraged up.
Yeah. Well, we'll give everybody kind of a longer little coffee break here, and then I'll be back again for the group coaching at noon. You want to know about the profiles? Come on down.
All right, guys. See you on Power Players when I'm talking with Korbs, seeing all about what's going on with him.
Yeah, just so everyone knows, we'll take a little chart and music break and get back to you at 11 with Korbs.
Yeah, right.
All right. Michael,
Okay,
see you later.
See you guys. All righty. Korbs, what's happening?
What's going on, Michael?
I know, long time no see, but we're seeing each other. So
it has been a long time. Some would say too long. I think that's what the people on the street are saying. Too long.
There's people, everybody on the street saying too long. So it's great seeing you. Your beard has come in nicely since the last time I saw you. I trimmed mine up since the last time I saw you there too. But good seeing you. I hear you're back stateside, and last time we talked, you were wherever you were at. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, I think I was in Ecuador last time we talked, but it was a long time ago, like we've been saying. So yeah, I'm back stateside. Came back for a wedding. You know, love. It's just a beautiful thing, and it's good to be home.
So give us a little heads up, because Korbs, you're all over the place, and this is in a good way. Like my wife got me into traveling, and the more you travel, the smaller the world gets, and the more I think in tune you get, or well-rounded you get, or whatever. What do you get out of traveling? And you're a traveling trader, correct?
Yeah, for sure. And I was a big motivation for me getting into trading was to have this as a kind of like a picture of life, where my life was filled with adventure and top tier experiences. And this was a big motivation for me. It took quite a bit longer than I would have thought to get here. But that's where we're at. And so been doing the remote thing for a while, obviously. Us as traders, we've been doing these things before COVID made it cool. And so I'm keeping a pretty aggressive travel schedule right now. I don't want to do this forever, but sometimes you get bit with that. You get bit with the gypsy bug. You get some of that vagabond blood in you, and you just got to hit the road. So in the past, let's say maybe like year and a half, just kind of put in perspective, I've done Dubai, Greece, Italy, Spain, Mexico, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Chile, Argentina, Brazil, and then back to the States.
Okay, quickly, which one do you instantly hits as like, boom, memory-wise? I'm not going to say which one's the best, because that's not a good question to ask people when they travel. But which one did you have an experience that quickly is your first experience that comes to mind?
Yeah, it's super tough.
That was even tough, huh?
No, it is, because I really leaned into this life of just I'm not on vacation, but I'm just living a life that like doesn't need a vacation from it, and it's very filled with experiences right now. So every place I go, I'm purposefully kind of like leaning into some type of a hobby and then doing very cool experiences. So like when I was in Brazil, I leaned into jiu-jitsu, and when I was in Lima, I leaned in and learned how to surf. And if I go through a catalog of every place that I've been, I have these hobbies and these memories, and then these very cool activities. But if I had to just pick one, Colombia really surprised me, and I have a fond place in my heart for Colombia and what went down there.
What part?
I stayed in two places, Santa Elena for a month, and then I did a month in Medellin. And Medellin was very special. I went to the jungles, and I even did a wellness retreat, if you will, and it was a very special time.
Yeah, Medellin and Cartagena is what I did down there, and something about Colombia is it's very peaceful. It's very nice. It's not what we have heard in the past. I'm sure they went through there, of course. But yeah, absolutely beautiful country. Highly recommend it. All right, so you travel, you trade, you're a digital nomad. You're all over the place. You're originally from Arkansas, and as a country kid, I am from. Arkansas is pretty rural. Did you grow up in a rural area or in the city?
Yeah, I didn't grow up like on a farm for sure, but definitely I would say secluded, a little off the grid, and yeah, definitely not in a big city though, for sure. So maybe somewhere right in the middle. I wasn't, like on a 100-acre farm or anything.
Is a lot of your friends from high school have a stacked passport like you do?
No. But I was homeschooled.
Did they have a passport?
Yeah, I was homeschooled, so most kids from most kids from my high school are in my family, and they don't do too much. So
okay, so you grew up in Arkansas. You were homeschooled. We got to back people into how you became a trader. So grew up in Arkansas, homeschooled. Then what's your path here?
Yeah, I'll briefly tell it. So growing up in, the reason for even being homeschooled was extremely religious. Religious to the point where we couldn't go to school because the world would corrupt us. And everything was wrong growing up. We couldn't go to bowling alleys, movie theaters, like everything was bad. Because the world's out to get you. We got to stay on the straight and narrow. And so
I grew up in that. I know exactly. Couldn't watch Simpsons. I grew up in Nebraska. There's a lot of highly strong religious kind of, first and foremost. So yeah, I grew up around that too.
Yeah, if you're not careful, you find yourself in a weird place where, I found myself not being a young person, way too old, but I was very behind in life. I was in my early 20s, and not only was I not book smart, but I didn't have the dynamic of, I grew up on the street, so I understand how the world works, and I'm worldly, wisdom. I had no idea how the world worked. I was very stupid on every metric. I didn't know how to talk, I didn't know how to dress, I didn't know how to communicate with people, I didn't know how to have anything. And it was a weird spot to be in when you start to kind of make some of those realizations. And long story short, I got exposed to this TED Talk by Tony Robbins. And it was this mind-blowing thing at the time where this guy was talking, and I just knew he had answers to something. And so I bought a couple of his programs, Personal Power and then Get the Edge. And through going through these programs, it was like somebody just spoke life into me for the very first time and gave me these thoughts of, you can control your life. You can build the life that you want, and here's how you do it. And taught me to think about, what do I want in life, and how to design that. And this is what led me down the road of realizing that what I'm doing right now will never get me a life that I really want. And so I had to make some big changes. I left Arkansas. I had the idea of maybe getting into being an actor or getting into trading stocks. I think both of those ideas in my mind were a big level at life, and if I could do one of those successfully, I would just kind of have everything I wanted in life. And so in tandem, I was taking acting classes, and I was also trying to figure out how to trade the stock market, and quickly found out the path of being an actor was not the thing for me, and I really fell in love with the markets, and so I stayed on that path to today. So
technically you would recommend that trading is easier than acting?
I don't know if it's easier, but I think the life that I really got clear that I wanted was exactly this. Like where I'm at today, I built this to spec. Now, arguably, we all build our lives to spec, whether we do it on purpose or not. But the life of becoming an actor, once I went down that road, I realized this isn't the life that I want. I don't want to have to be somewhere when somebody tells me to for the time that they tell me to. Like I actually want that freedom. Yep. And the path of becoming a trader was a lot more of an obvious way to get there.
Awesome. So really quickly on a question before we move on past like your religious upbringing. I grew up like on the religious upbringing. I think that passion that you're kind of instilled in the church and all that kind of stuff, I felt it gave me passion for other things that I believed in. Because I mean, you have beliefs when you that get instilled upon you in this like highly religious upbringing that I have. So is that something that helped you have a passion for the markets, or is that just I assume you have a passion for the markets? You wouldn't be really doing this if you didn't, but maybe I'm wrong.
No. Okay. He definitely did not give me, I definitely have a passion for the markets, and it definitely did not give me a passion for the markets. If anything, I've had to kind of rewrite my upbringing because I don't think it gave me very many advantages in life, but I rewrote this as a very interesting part of my story to where I am a kid who has no high school diploma. I have no college education, and I should not on paper be living the life that I live. And I've really, I'm proud of who I've built myself into, and it's, brick by brick. And so I think now looking back at it, everything in life is this journey, and it's all about the story, and you need to create a story for yourself. Mm-hmm. And you got to go back to some bad things that have happened to all of us and rewrite those as now this is interesting. And it makes me interesting. So
how'd you go back and rewrite? And for passion, we got some folks saying passion for being positive. Yeah, my passion was, religion didn't give me passion, but religion taught me to be passionate about something that I believed in. So believing in myself as a trader kind of, then you get passion behind that. So that's me, but other people talk about passion being positive. But in general, what have you, the question that just escapes me right now is what I was just going to ask you is, can you help me out with that one?
You want me to help you out with the question you're going to ask me?
Yeah, the other one I was just going to ask you about but I'm going to move on now. Okay. You did that. You got into trading because the acting wasn't something that you were really, I don't know, seeing a future or career in or whatever. Maybe your passion wasn't there, going back to that. Now you're in trading. What are you doing in trading? How'd you start? And then what was that path like to lead you all the way where we're here right now?
Yeah. So getting into trading it was a very traditional retail path without any type of guidance or any type of help. I didn't know anybody inside of trading. I didn't have any type of professional background. Obviously, don't have like a financial background or anything. And so I followed a very similar path of just going down and starting on YouTube and trying to figure out, and at the time, I didn't even know there was anything besides the stock market. So I was trying to figure out how to trade stocks. And through just that time of discovery, I realized there's a Forex market, there's an options market, there's this, there's that. And so just trial and error my way around a lot of different things, a lot of lagging indicator type of systems originally, just because that is what is most talked about, unfortunately, in the world. And in the space of trading, almost everybody talking has no idea what they're talking about. And this monkey see, monkey do thing, everybody is talking about things that in theory they kind of think work, but they have not actually gotten good results with those. And so we have so much information out there, and it's impossible to navigate that without going down a wrong path or two. And I spent a lot of time trying to think of trading was I needed to find this special combination of indicators. I needed to find this system that worked and that I could just follow. And I just didn't know what I didn't know about the markets. So I stumbled around for quite a long time. And I eventually found my way into volume profiling and found my way into futures. And I remember the very first time I heard somebody talking about the futures market, they were also talking about the volume profile. And the best way I can describe it is this: it hit me with this incredible distinction that everybody I was listening to beyond that was a child. And for the first time in my trading career, an adult was speaking. And very similar to like that Tony Robbins experience, I knew this person was different. This person knows something. And then that put me on the path of just, letting the dead bury the dead of all the things I tried before. And it became very obvious to me, futures was the way, volume profiling was the way. And it was the first thing that made sense to me. It changed it from I'm sitting down with the screens, looking at entries, looking for the market to give me a setup, to actually understanding why I'm doing what I'm doing. And it was a powerful dynamic, which also made trading much more interesting. Because when you sit down and you have a method that allows you to look at the market and understand what's happening and to put together unique ideas, not unique in the sense like different every time. There's a handful of, we can call them playbook trades that I take. But to have those shape up and to master those and to get in there and execute on that is a very interesting and it's a fun thing. But to sit down and just start pushing buttons because these lines told you to and you don't even know why, it's a weird way to live your life. I don't think it's very rewarding for most people.
You went through that phase. Did you ever go through that phase of starting? I mean, when people start, they start with, okay, technical, right? I mean, it's kind of like reading a chart. Is that again, you said you went to volume profile, which I think is incredible. That's pretty early in people's careers to go to volume profile so quickly. In my opinion, maybe where exactly did you pick that up to go to volume profile again?
Yeah, it was well after my first year, so it probably wasn't that quickly. And I spent a lot of time to the last technical system I tried, to your point, because we don't know what we don't know. And I was trading this MACD Bollinger Band combo, where when the MACD would give you your direction depending on how it was crossed, and then the Bollinger Band would give you the entries. So if it's, the MACD is doing this, you should be looking long. If we hit here, you get long in the Bollinger Band, you take it there for profit, you take it here for a loss. And it all made sense. It was all great, except for the fact it didn't work, Yeah,
I feel as though every trader starts with a Bollinger Band somewhere in their trading journey. But to each his own. I know I started with one and then gravitated away. But volume profile I didn't pick up for years later. So technically, it feels like you're early on that one. All right, so where you're at right now in your trading is you're doing you're doing pretty much the funding Excel. I'll let you talk about the things that you're doing right now and what really it takes up a lot of your time and how much time you spend in the markets and what do you trade in the markets, what products?
Sure. So maybe to give a quick overview of my method just so we can understand what I'm doing here. I'm a discretionary trader. I'm very focused on actively trading. No swing positions, not drilled into the time frame of scalping, but actively trading intraday, and I trade exclusively futures. Most of the time, just the S&P 500. That's my bread and butter. There's a couple other products that I'll look at, for specific reasons. And everything that I do is just based on value. And my whole entire underlying worldview of the market is that it's an auction. And I think it's very important that your method gives you a worldview, like a paradigm. We all have one. When you go through the world and you navigate it, the way you make sense of what's happening that's your worldview, that's your paradigm. And they vary differently. This is why if you vote for Trump or if you listen to NPR, you literally live in different worlds. Mm-hmm. And if your method is just giving you signals and it doesn't help you understand and make sense of what is going on around you, it's not a very powerful method. And so everything that I do is just based on value. And I truly believe that one of the only things that I can understand is value. And so through the process of volume profiling and drawing custom micro composites, I understand where value is. And then once I have that as a base, I put together what we are doing in relation to that balance. If we are holding on to it, if we're moving away from it. And then once I have that as context, I put together my unique trade ideas, which again are not unique in the sense that they're random or that they're just in the moment. They are repeatable type patterns that I've traded before, that I understand, and that give me an edge. Not repeatable patterns to the sense of like triangles or head and shoulders or things like this. Maybe nothing wrong with those specifically, but more sophisticated than that. So
everything based on value. And then how do you base it on value? What's helping you base it on value? Because one of the biggest traders I've ever met, Don Wilson, DRW, I don't know if he's a billionaire or what, he's huge up there. He went from trading the floor to then, pretty much building a trading group and having that keeper. It's one of the biggest ones in Chicago. His big thing that I recall him and his partner saying is they're value-based traders. So tell us a little bit more about everything based on value.
Yeah. So as I said, to me, this is one of the only things that we can understand when we're looking at the charts. And so I don't bother myself with trying to understand fundamentals. I don't bother myself with trying to understand a lot of things. And I think as traders, the market is very difficult, and we need to respect that doing this is hard. And it becomes impossible when you are not focused and you don't have a lane, when you are dabbled in all sorts of things. And I really think that there's like a disease of dabble that has infected all of us as retail traders. And in some cases, I think it's common wisdom that you know a little bit about this, a little bit about that. Sometimes you want to scalp, sometimes you want to do a swing trade, get fucked. So very focused and understanding the only thing I can really put together is value. Like I need to have that as a base. And I need to have that piece of context, because without that context, what are we doing? And the way that I do this is with micro composites. So individual day, intraday volume profiles, depending on how those shape up, it's not just based solely on something like time, but there's two different ways I'll draw micro composites. And then that helps me understand where value is, or if there is no value because maybe the market's in some kind of price discovery mode. And if we're out of balance, I handle and look at that differently. And then if we are in balance, it shapes up a lot of how I move.
Okay, cool. So that's your trading style. Take us into the next part of this one. And then after that, I'm going to talk about what's your coaching style, because you trade and then you're coach at the same time, right?
Yeah. Yep. I create contact for a company that helped start called Patak, which I've basically outsourced everything. So the only things I really do there would be in charge of trader development and content creation. Anything around like writing emails or sales or onboarding or anything like that, it's done. So I started this and then kind of worked my way into some partners and then got out of most all of it, except for the piece that I do. My primary thing though is trading, and I think that it became it's an important way to live your life. I think that you get good at something and then you use that to just build a world for yourself. And so there's a reason why I have a YouTube channel. There's a reason why I have Tradak. These are all outgrowths of the thing that I do and the thing that I know in this world. And there's not much in this world that I know, but I know a lot about this thing. And I have much bigger plans for where this is going in the future and what it looks like when I think of building my world around what I'm doing. And it's just been phases. I'm in a phase right now where I, mostly just travel the world and do this. And some of the motivations for starting Tradak even was just this understanding of, I realize how difficult it is to try to come into this world and to navigate it. And there are so many mistakes that you can make, and then you just get stuck with them. And you're maybe exposed to trading something like Forex, and you can go down a very bad path for a very long time and not even know it. And so to help be part of that solution, I started Tradak, and it's an important thing to me.
And you help traders get funded. It's kind of like the big piece of it, right?
Well, the big piece of it is when you are learning this skill as a trade, it has to be done a specific way. And one of the things that has to happen is you have to get a baseline understanding of what's going on. You have to learn a method. You have to start building up some skill. And then you have to achieve some type of a proof of concept. Mm-hmm. And when I first started trading, this wasn't a very easy thing to do, especially in the futures market, because there was no micro contracts. I think funding wasn't as big of a thing. And getting that proof of concept was very difficult. And working with traders and my own journey, I understand that transition from being able to slay and crush and see things very well in a simulator and then making that transition live is very difficult. And it's not just very difficult. If you do it wrong, you absolutely screw yourself, because we remember things. And if you go in there with a set amount of money and you start blowing through that, in almost all cases, the curse of being a retail trader is we're underfunded. And if you start blowing through money that you need, when you try to do that again, you are going to have post-traumatic stress about that. And you are not going to have the confidence that you need, and you're going to be, at some level emotionally out of it, so you're not gonna be able to make very good decisions. And it creates a horrible cycle of kind of being underfunded and not being able to just focus on trading well. Funding, the route of being funded is an obvious thing to me, to where if you're trying to learn how to be a trader, there is zero reason, even if you have $50,000 set aside just to trade, there is zero reason to get out there in the markets and start trading your own capital at first. If nothing else, use the funded route to get proof of concept. Yep. And then make the choice to keep staying down the funded route and trying to get bigger there, or transfer over and start trading your own capital.
That's the exact reason why we wanted to create, or I wanted to have that bridge. That bridge, I didn't have that bridge, and the funding company industry that I created. And I say I because we were the first ones to do it. Trust me, we looked everywhere. Nobody else is doing this. This is in 2010. So we were the first one to say, let's not use a simulated environment for demo or practice. Let's use it for evaluation and experiential learning. So that's why we took it into that. And to have that step is much better, in my opinion, just like you were kind of saying, like, than to go to a brokerage firm with zero experience, but with some trading capital. That's the probability of success there, man. It goes down. So, all right. So before I go talking to you about the industry and all that kind of stuff that you're learning about the funding side of it, what are you learning the most about the coaching side, the education side, Trade Act, that you didn't think was there, or that you didn't or expect that you would learn when you first came in on the coaching side of things? So we got you as a trader. I think everybody here can relate to the trading aspect. You got a strategy, you have a method, and all that kind of stuff, how you look at the markets. When you started coaching, is there a new type of aha moment that you had that then you could bring into your trading?
I think if anything, it's very important to take what you're doing and be able to create like buckets and create methods and systems around everything that you're doing. And if you're forced to explain it to somebody, you're really forced to be a little extra thoughtful and to break these things down. And it's a helpful practice, even if you're not teaching anybody, to really break it down to where if I do explain to myself, why do I make an entry? And do I explain to myself what makes a good trade idea? And to explain to myself, what does it mean to have trading skill? What should I be skilled in? And there's so many questions you can ask yourself. And if you're not careful, you just start trading and you don't even know the answer to these things. You don't know what makes a good trade setup. You don't know a good reason to get out of a trade. You don't know a good reason to get back into a trade, or to, and so, yeah, you have to think through these things regardless. But when people are paying you to tell them this information, it's forcing you at maybe a higher level to, put those things together and make it very understandable for people, which is very difficult to do. It's very difficult to take something you're doing and be able to translate that well so somebody else can understand it.
Yeah, no, I definitely. And then all the things that you learned from that, for me, it was just about accountability. And then, like, because you have follow-up, like, well, you just told me this. I'm like, yeah, but then look at this too. So, okay, so I've got some questions that come into the room. And guys, if you do have questions, throw them in the chat, because it's not just going to be me talking to Korbs. We're all going to talk to him. Really quickly, how'd you get the interview with ICT?
Just manifested it straight from the ether.
Oh, there you go. See, that's a good answer. Do you talk about your best and worst day, and do you share?
Yeah, for sure. I trade live 3 days a week inside our community, so everything's live. We just came off of a live session this morning. Everything's open, and yeah, I talk about it quite a bit. For me, I've never, especially starting off, I was never in a position of having, I was always severely underfunded, starting off.
Yeah.
And so I don't really have these wild stories of massive days up and massive days down. And my largest winning day ever was not all that long ago, and it was a little over $7,000.
Okay, that's awesome. Yeah.
But but it's also not this extreme thing where I don't have big drawdown days and I don't have huge run up days. It's all very consistent, and the way that I trade and the way that I scale out of positions, it's lends itself to that.
Okay, awesome. Hey guys, drop the Trade Act website in there for the community. They're asking for it. We want to be on that one to send people to the area that Korbs is talking about when he did that. And then share some questions too in here. But all right, your best trading day, worst. Do you have a trading buddy that you go to outside of your community? Do you have like a go-to individual and at all, trading buddy wise? We were talking about trading buddies today. It's kind of this whole week about bring a friend.
Yeah. No, I actually don't have one.
Okay. Well, do you want one? I love them.
You keep it. Yeah. No, I would love, if you're asking, I would love to be your trading buddy.
Well, we'd like to have you on here more so that we can talk trades when we do live sessions together. But all right. So the questions I'm going to jump from the community are you going to? So tell me about what else. You have the live trading room in the morning. What is that focused on, and what strategies are you discussing? Is it kind of the same method that you were talking about earlier? And give us a little 401 skinny on your live trading.
Okay. Yeah, I think when it comes to the live trading environment, and today would be a good example. I look at today as like a real battle. And there was multiple times today where I almost threw my computer out the window. It was just a very dangerous morning. And I think that it required an incredible amount of focus. And so there was no talking. And I think the live trading, we call it the Trading Live experience. It's not, we have a lot of outlets where you can ask questions and we can do things, but this is really focused on what it looks like to trade. And if anything, you can observe me trade. And then we kind of do maybe like a post game after where you can ask questions, we can make observations and things like this. But the way that I trade and the way that I believe you have to trade is we're not looking for the same exact thing to happen. It's not like we have this setup that we're looking for necessarily. Probably our most common setup would be when we are in balance and we go from value area extremes back to the point of control to the other side of value. This is a repeatable type pattern that happens that we understand. We know when to trade that. But outside of that, it's not the only thing that we do. And I think it's kind of the wrong question of what is the setup you look for? It really depends on what is happening on the day and what the market is giving us. Not to say that it's infinite, but we have different things that we need to look for. So the path forward with Trade Act is we have a program, basically a program that's called the Profile Formula. And this is an entry-level program to help you understand what it is to trade with discretion, what it means to go down this journey. And it's very small price point just to help you in a very uncommitted way be able to get exposed to what's going on here. And then we have the Profile Method, which is a higher price point. And this is where you get access to we do live coaching calls every week. We have a last tick lounge where we hang out during the afternoon session. We have the Trading Live experience in the mornings. And then we have the structured content, which is the method that we use.
Is you have recaps because somebody in here goes, missing your afternoon recap. Are you going to do that again?
Oh, yeah. So I did for a while this live stream that was the daily profile where we come on after the market and we just hang out for a bit and talk about it. And yeah, that was great. I loved doing that. And I stopped doing it as I was traveling and things just got super hectic and I needed to clear up more time on the schedule. And I haven't done much on the YouTube side of things other than doing the Speculators podcast just because we're busy. And when you bring on yourself this kind of a schedule where, for almost every different month, I'm in a different country and I don't speak the language. And there's things like where your clean water is going to come from. And if you want to keep that kind of a schedule going, you are introducing an enormous amount of chaos into your life. And so certain things have to take a back burner. But yeah, I would love to do those recaps again. That was always a good time to hang out.
I would say traveling like that and being in new environments is probably helpful because traders, you got to get comfortable being uncomfortable. And once you say you're always pushing your boundaries because your uncomfort level is like, shit, I don't speak the language here and I just landed. Okay, let's figure out this one. And then just starting to understand the culture. And I don't know how long do you typically stay in areas?
I found the sweet spot to be a month, minimum, because again, we're not on vacation here. And it does, when you drop yourself somewhere and you don't know anything, the first week, it is uniquely chaotic. Yep. By the second week, you start to get a little bit of a handle of what's going on in your life. And even just like setting up a different workspace and being in a different room, it's odd, and you need some time to do that and packing and things. And so I found if it's less than a month, it ends up where I'm just too much in vacation mode and I'm too much of a tourist. So a month is like that sweet spot.
My wife and I finally agreed to that one because we when we go to fly, we would bounce around, and then we like started doing things for like a whole month, and we do it right when the kids get out of school, and 5, 4, and how old is she? 2 years old. I got 3 kids, so we took them to Lamu, Kenya, east coast of Kenya. Rented a house, and we were there for a month. And my God, my kids they got relationships with the kids in the area and the community, and the best we could. I mean, I know it's a month, but like it brings you out. It's a little further past vacay mode or travel mode. It's like stay in one spot, get to know it, the community mode, and I think that's really important. Okay, so we got questions on here. Have you ever had times or moments when you question whether you're cut out for trading? That's to both of us, but you're gonna go first, unless you'd like me to go.
Yeah, no, I got. Oh, of course. There's been some very specific times, probably at least 2 or 3, where I've just had that come to Jesus moment, and I've had to really ask myself the hard question and face the reality that I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can. And I think something that I find comfort in is when I've ever been in those places, I can usually trace it back to times where I'm actually doing the wrong things and I'm behaving poorly. I'm not performing well. I'm not sticking to the rules. And if you get to a place where you can honestly say that you're doing everything 100% and it's not working, and you've stuck with it, long enough, whatever that means to you, that would be the time to think about hitting the exit. But I've found comfort in when I've gotten to those dark times, I can always realize that I've lost track of what's going on. I've got my eye off the ball. Sometimes things work so good, you just stop doing it, and or I've just been in a weird place. But of course, the trading journey is very uniquely brutal, and it's worthy. It's a worthy fight to go for. And I can tell you, my journey of trading and growing as a person and growing as a trader, it's just a thing of beauty, and I would wish everybody to do it. It's a good fight to fight. But yeah, you have dark times, of course.
Yeah, good fight to fight. Dark times, I call it. It's a love-hate business. Dark times is definitely you go through them. I think it accelerates your learning just about your psyche, your emotions, how you think what you think, and then how those thoughts then control your behaviors. If you allow those thoughts to control your behaviors, the journey to me is you say worth the fight, hands down, 100%, without a doubt, worth the fight. It's just a matter of like, you're going to understand you're going to be in the trenches, and then you're going to be able to pull your head high level and kind of see the playing field, see the landscape, see the battlefield that you got to go up against. We do talk about trading buddies, because trading buddies help you see certain things that you don't see. You have a community too that you talk to, so I'm sure they recognize things and help you see things that you don't see. So all in all, I think it's one of the greatest, you could call it career path. I don't know. It's one of the greatest endeavors I think anybody could take to broaden your horizons, challenge yourself, put you out of your comfort zone, getting comfortable being uncomfortable, and having every day anew. That's awesome. That's how it always brought me back to the markets. And trust me, the love-hate, when you hate it, sometimes it is good. It is good to walk away. And you traveling, it's probably good because you can shut it down and you can go experience, right? I mean, you can take it to another level of filling up the experiential tank.
Yeah, I tell you, trading is very unique in the sense, like if you want to be an entrepreneur in most other businesses, fine, you can put your nose to the grind and you can be stressed out and you can run on caffeine and cigarettes and just do it if you want to and put your body into the dirt. Traders, we are entrepreneurial in a certain aspects, but this is a performance business. You cannot come into this being stressed and underslept and worrying about money, and you just can't perform well in those endeavors. And it's a hard balance to strike, because a lot of us, and especially if you're drawn to trading, you want to work hard, you want to be active. But this is a business where sometimes the best activity you can do is making sure that you are at peace, making sure that you are whole, making sure that you are focused and relaxed. And so having a life outside of trading, I think, is very important. Not so far outside that you take this casually, but it's a part of the lifestyle.
Do you travel with kids? Are you drinking it, or are you drinking it? Dinking it. Ooh, dinking it. Okay, Brad, sorry about that. Are you traveling with kids? You have kids?
I don't have kids. No kids, no married, and I probably have a lot.
Travel light. I travel tomorrow. My wife's got 3 suitcases. I got 3 kids. One of the suitcases has toys in it. The other one,
I travel with one carry-on bag. It's a 40-liter bag that fits in a plane, and it has all my work stuff, all my clothes, all my everything in it. So no checking in bags, no. Like I said, when you travel like this, it is so chaotic. You have to find ways to make it simple, and it's been a battle.
You talked about relaxing and everything. Do you meditate? How do you relax?
Yeah. So I'm a big fan of meditation. I'm a big fan of being mindful. And I think that this is an important thing to do in your life. It's an important thing to do for your trading. Very, very important. The world does a good job at really fragmenting our attention. And being a skilled trader requires you have to have focus. And it's very hard to just put your focus somewhere for any amount of time if you're not careful. But I wouldn't say I use meditation as a form of relaxing necessarily, but I do meditate as part of a daily practice. It's something that would be very important to me.
Before trading or after?
Before trading, yeah. Okay. Yeah, always before.
Really quickly, how far before? Because we were just talking about, we had like 80% of people say they were like a meditation session that is on the broadcast, like 30 minutes before opening call, which would be an hour before the market opens. What time do you get up in the morning? And give me a couple things that your daily routine are, because daily routines and having it helps you get your mind straight. Do you believe in that? And then do you have a daily routine?
Wildly important for what we do for several reasons. One, it's good to have structure in your life in general, but there's something on a performance side when you have a day, the way things begin are typically how they go. And if you wake up and you're kind of just aimlessly wandering around the morning and eventually find your way out to the screens and eventually find your way into the markets, you're probably going to do a lot of random things in your trading.
Yep.
And if you are dialed in, if you have certain structural things, these are important. And somewhere along the line, we've all been conned and we've been lied to about the idea that if you have routine and you have structure, you take the zest out of life and life becomes boring. And people who say that are people that are probably stressed and not doing what they want to do in life. I can tell you, I live a life of extreme, chaos, if you will, but extreme, like almost spontaneity, it would seem like. And I have an incredible amount of structure what I do. And that structure allows me to be able to do the things I want, because if I don't have that structure, everything else falls apart, and then I'm worried about this and worried about that. And so the structure is very important to me. Sleep is by far the most important thing that I focus on. I track my sleep every single night, and I don't set an alarm in the morning because I just want to be well rested. I would rather wake up, with 30 minutes before the market opens and be well rested than wake up at 5 a.m. and be tired,
Yeah.
So I usually wake up somewhere around 6, maybe like 5:30 and 6:30 is where I'll always just wake up.
Okay. Hold on. How soon? Because you travel, how many hours or whatever before the market opens is that typically?
Yeah. So it'll actually. I'm basing this on Eastern time, and I usually try to pivot myself around that same time. So like here on the East Coast, I'll try to be in bed around right at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
And then that'll let me wake up somewhere around 5:30 or 6:30. And then I'll just adjust that. So if I'm somewhere where it's like an hour difference, I'll be in bed at 9. If it's somewhere it's the other way, I'll be in bed at 11. Or if I'm somewhere like, Asia or something, I'm basically working a third shift job, but I just adjust it that way. So let's say I'm in the East Coast right now, be in bed at 10 o'clock, just stick to that. Wake up when I wake up. The first thing I like to do is to just be mindful. So I'll do my meditation, and I do like a visualization type of an exercise, which is just really getting into and living from the place that I want to be in and feeling those emotions and getting there in my mind. It's an important step for me. So I do that every day. And then from there, I just go to stress my body. And it's another thing that's been very difficult is to try and have so much chaos, but still, keep it tight. And so I stress my body every day. I don't go to a gym or anything because it's just not a realistic thing for me to do. But I'll do a workout every day, usually about 45 minutes, about 30 minutes or so of pretty intense full body workout, and then stretching. And then, shower, jump in that, come back, sit it down at the screens with some coffee. The first thing I'll do is train my brain while my charts are loading. I use the app Luminosity. I think it's a very nice thing to do. It really helps prime your mind. And I've noticed that to be an important thing. And then I'll just do my prep. And then I like to get my prep done with like a little bit of time for me to separate from the screens. Not long, but like do my prep. And let's say my prep is done around 9 a.m. And you kind of have like that 30-minute chunk before the market actually opens to sort of get off the screens and kind of let that percolate a little bit of what your plan is and what you were seeing. And then come back and, and then begin to trade.
I mean, you stick to that every day no matter where you're at?
Oh yeah, every day. And that's what's very important is no matter what kind of weird environment I'm in, I got to keep that structure.
So we always said it's worth the fight. We said, Korbs said right now, daily routine, that's just pre-market. I mean, I had my notes and I started writing down visualize and you're already on 6 other ones. I mean, this is great. The cool part about all this is the routine. Now you're prepping. That's prepping. And then you go into the markets and you trade. And then at the end of the day, do you have some reflection time or are you just off to the next thing in your life?
Yeah, this has been one of the most, I think, pivotal things for me. And it's a very hard thing. It was a very hard thing for me to learn to be able to reflect on things, because I would typically be in a situation where if something's going good, I'm very happy about it. If something's going bad, I just kind of want to avoid it. So if I had a bad day in the markets or something, I just wouldn't want to ignore it. And it's painful to sit there and face your mistakes and to face your losses. And there's an old saying that says pain is a valuable teacher and pain will teach you everything you need to know. And it's so true, because you got to be able to sit there and face what went wrong, and you have to be able to improve upon it. And if you don't address it, if you don't reflect upon it, if you've ever seen that movie 50 First Dates with Drew Barrymore and Adam Sandler,
50 Shades of Grey. I know. Skip over that one. No, I'm joking. Yeah. 50 First Dates, every day starts. Yes, I know.
You old rascal, you. But we're very similar in the sense that we almost do that same thing where we go to bed and we just like completely forget everything. And we can make mistakes and make errors. And I actually see, I've lived this and I see this all the time. If you're not careful, you will make the same exact mistakes for years and never grow on it. And your mind just forgets these things. And it's very, from the outside, you can look in and be like, why is this person still making the same mistakes? But I'll do it. If somebody looked at my life, you could see things and be like, why is Korbs still making those same mistakes? It's because I forget about them, And so having a time to reflect is very important. Ray Dalio wrote a book, Principles. And in the book, this really struck me.
I read that book. Great book. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a phenomenal book about just a lot of wisdom in it. And one of the things he talks about is the idea that if you have to reflect to grow. And it's a balance where if you try when things are going wrong, if you try in the moment to start reflecting, you're too emotional and you can't see it clearly. And then if you remove yourself too far, you forget and you can't do it accurately. And so there's this sweet spot that everybody has to find of where you can separate yourself out, but you don't go too far to where you can still learn the lessons that need to be learned. And I'm not a person that it's not natural to me to want to track things and to be organized. And that's fine, but we can all grow in areas. And it's okay if you're not, as a trader, you're not going to be born to do this. Trading is something you got to decide you want to do. And then every day you live to do it. And every day you work on things and you grow. And if you're not good at being organized, you can be good. And if you're not good at, controlling your emotions, you can control your emotions. You just got to work at it. And so for me, I had to find this balance where, okay, I'm never just going to be like a data nerd that just crunches numbers and loves it. But I have to find some type of routine to where I can track key KPIs and where I can reflect on key pieces of information so that I can grow. Because if not, I'm just going to be here forever.
Do you have so that's reflecting. So do you journal? Do you look at your trade reports? Do you look at your stats? Does your stats tell you anything? Do you
Yeah. So everything, there's certain KPIs that are really important. And it's tough. If you open your charting package, there'd probably be hundreds of data points it tracks. Most of them you just don't really need. But there's a few KPIs that are very important that I track. And you don't need to look at them every day, but it's good to look at them once a week, and it's good to look at them once a month, in my opinion, as an active trader. Okay. And so there's kind of two parts of this. One is just you got to get the data, but then there's also just a reflective side of understanding, and it can be very simple of just what happened today. And if you can kind of mark that down, and then also just think about what were some victories today. It's not all bad. Even on a horrible day, there's wins that you can find for yourself. So what went right today? List 3 things. And then what do I need to, where did I fail today? What do I need to improve upon? And just having that little bit of mindfulness and that little bit of reflection. And sometimes it is brutal. There's reasons why I front load so much of the morning, because I've realized, I got to stress my body. I got to do certain things. I got to work on my mind. And if I let it be to the end of the trading day, sometimes the market takes everything from me. And I don't have the motivation to work out after. I don't have the motivation to meditate after. I got to protect myself from that. Mm-hmm. But as a minimum, just sitting down, reflecting and answering those questions, I'll make sure that I do that.
Okay, prep in the morning, then you're in the markets, then you reflect. I'm a big believer of prep, trade, reflect, rinse, repeat. prep, trade, reflect. Reflect should help you get yourself in a better spot for the following day. So then even when you're prepping the following day, you're kind of taking what you reflected upon yesterday and saying, all right, how do I hone and tweak a little bit? So love that. That routine is what we definitely always push here. We have and for those that don't know, we have prep, trade, reflect. So we can drop that checklist in there. So every morning we have our own. You guys heard Korbs and what he does. Find out what you want to do that works for you. Some people go for walks. Some people, there is a moment in the morning that when you first wake up, you get calm, or before getting in the markets where you want to get calm. If you just had a tough conversation, or emotions are starting to go, or you're trying to shuffle your kids off to school, or the dog did whatever, all that can affect you. So getting your mental state in a good spot. Sounds like Korbs, you're a big one on that one. Routine's a good spot. That keeps everything very stable. Then you go in the market, so you can really stay centered on what it is that you're trying to do here. All right, I got a few questions. I'm going to go on the personal side with you. You don't have to answer these, but some of them might be tough. All right, what does your family or friends think about you being a trader? Arkansas folks, probably not too many traders. What do they think about you? Being a trader, or saying, that's his career. I know that's kind of how it was when I came out of Nebraska trading.
Yeah, originally, like, running in very small circles, I think that it was one of those things that it was very easy to maybe be impressive, and just the idea of like trying something new was wild to a lot of people. So there probably was a certain level of respect on it. And I think even at some level, I think growing up, people recognized me as maybe like a sharp kid, even though I was, incredibly dumb. But I was in very small circles, so there was nothing to be impressive. And I have a very, very small circle, like Drake, no new friends. Mm-hmm. But growing up with family, I don't have a very good relationship with my family. And I feel, this is something I've been, a very interesting realization I've been on is asking yourself why. Why is, I think, one of the most important questions we can ask. And when you really figure out, okay, I'm struggling with FOMO, I'm struggling with overtrading, I'm struggling, why? Why do you have those impulses? Why do you want to do these things? And if you ask why enough, you're going to find out that there's something inside of you that's broken. There's something inside of you that is not whole. There's reasons why you're self-destructing. There's reasons why you're sabotaging. There's reasons why you won't let yourself go further. And one of the interesting realizations when I went down this journey was realizing that I am a person who I've never been married, don't really have long-term relationships. I'm perfectly okay being in a different country every month. And when I look back at it, the way that I was raised was an outsider of society, an outsider of everything, an outsider to my family. And you go through your life kind of thinking you're in control of it, and you make a bunch of decisions that don't really matter. But the things that actually guide how my life goes, I had this brain melting moment of realizing, good Lord, I've been built to spec this way without even realizing it. Yeah. And so to answer the question, I don't have I'm not very close with my family at all.
Okay, cool. Now I got a harder one, and might have to be a little bit careful, or you can skip it. What's the worst thing you've done in life?
The worst thing that I've done in life?
Yep, because I'm going to ask you on the flip side of that too. So the worst thing that you've done in life that you could say that you probably can roll it into what I learned from.
Sure. It's kind of interesting because I grew up as like a super straight edge when I was young. From the time I was in my early 20s, there was no alcohol, there was no nothing. There was, my version of doing something bad was, maybe listening to music that wasn't gospel music or something. I was a very weird person.
I was the exact same, Korbs. I was the exact same. I didn't listen to it, I couldn't watch. Couldn't cuss. We couldn't do anything. Like, everyone went to church. We had the whole community. Our whole friends were church people. And then our church pushed my parents out of the church because they got divorced. Go figure. But that's and I couldn't listen to other things except that type of music. So I can relate. So go ahead, tell me about your worst thing that you've ever done.
I mean, I probably won't get any specifics, but when I think about the transgression, and I think a lot about things like sin, because sin was a very weird concept growing up. And I think that These are realizations I've had to come to of like, is there sin? What is sin? What is bad? What is doing something wrong mean? And it's kind of weird when you grow up so sheltered because you don't know if you actually have a moral issue with something or if you've just been programmed. Like the first time I went to the movie theater, sitting in a cinema, I felt like I was sinning, as a young adult. And so to kind of navigate that and figure out like what is actually wrong, what does it mean to do, what is bad, what do I do that is bad, what do I do that I just need to forgive myself for? And when I look back at that, the way that I, would treat people, not that I feel like I treat people bad just by nature or anything, but there's definitely times in relationships and things where I've done wrong things, and I'm not, nothing to go in, and it's nothing dramatic, but I haven't always been the best person, of course,
Okay, so then what have you learned from that?
Oh, I've really, I've learned a lot about people and respecting people and how we're all on our own journey, and we go to different places. And I think it's easy to feel like you got things figured out, and just being gracious with yourself, being gracious with people. Everybody's got their own things that they're going through that you have no idea about, and we all have our own broken pasts. So just, it's important to me just to, I think, respect and treat people a certain way.
I'm sure your traveling helps you respect that even more, or continue that learning even more with that each culture that you go by. All right, cool. What's your greatest accomplishment you've ever had in your life?
I think my greatest accomplishment, I don't know if it's like a one-off thing, but I've had the vision for a long time to just have a life of freedom. That was, a life that is filled with luxury and top-tier experiences and adventure. And it means a lot to me because, again, I know what it's like to be, looking back on my life, I know what it's like to be old, like in my early 20s. Not that that's old, but it's so old when you don't have, you don't know basic math. My homeschooling was my mother, who didn't have an education either. And so our education was a joke. And I was a full-grown adult without basic understandings of math or English. And I couldn't look people in the eye. I didn't know how to communicate. I didn't know how to dress. I didn't know how to anything. And the thing I'm the most proud of about myself is that I know what it's like to build a life, and I'm not there yet. And I'm so, I have bigger plans. I've been cursed with ambition, so I'll never be coasting. But I look at where I'm at today, and I think this is very important for everybody to be able to do. If you can't, should be your priority, to just get to a place where you realize I have faults. I'm not perfect. I'm not satisfied with where I'm at, but I'm very proud of where I am. And I'm proud because nobody gave me this. I'm proud because I've had to earn this. I'm proud of the money I have because I know what it's like to be crazy broke. I'm proud of the experience I have because I know what it's like to know nothing. These are things that mean a lot to me.
Okay, cool. It's December 31st, 2025. You raise a glass, champagne, great year, great last few years. What are you celebrating?
What year is it?
2025, December 31st, 2025. So you have all of the rest of this year, 2024 and 2025. You're sitting there with the champagne or whatever. Well, do you drink? There you go. There's some questions in there. Are you a drinker or no?
I don't mind wine at all. I used to drink a ton, I shouldn't say a ton, but yeah, I used to drink a lot more. And this is another thing I think we've been conned about. Alcohol, there's no benefit to it. It's ridiculous. And it's so weird to think like when you want to have fun and when you reward yourself, you just do things that rob your time, that rob your health. Why? Right. I do enjoy wine, and I think there's some great benefits to a few ounces of wine even, and then you can go over that. But I'll drink wine with no problem, although I don't drink much. Mostly because it's trading as well. Like you can't drink a lot and be a good trader. It's just impossible.
Oh my God, no, no. I did a potluck party that turned into a cocktail party on Thursday last week, and then that's when I picked up that red day, losing day. I don't really call them reds, because there's actually blue up there. But guilty pleasures, vices, really quickly share those. Anything?
Well, I didn't tell you what I was celebrating, by the way.
Oh, yes. Okay, yeah, let me do that one. Let's do celebration. You got your cheers in. You're going to cheers to what? You're happy about what?
Yeah, I'm probably going to find a home at that point. My loose plan is one more year of aggressive travel around the world. I have it loosely mapped out. And then starting in 2025, I want to do a very similar trip, but around in an RV, and it's going to be around the US. And then I'm going to use this time to find home. And to me, home is going to be 100 plus acres where I'm just going to continue building out the life for myself and have like a proper compound. And by that time, there's a very good chance, timeline-wise, I'll be toasting to finding the compound.
Well, hell yeah. Okay, so I like your journey's almost very kind of similar to mine. Like that was my big goal. I wanted to have, I wanted to have a ranch, and I wanted to have acres. And I always used to say Montana ranch. And then I got lucky enough that I bought one here in Aspen, and right before COVID, which was the best trade of my life, aka entry price. So yeah, I'm like, I think it kind of goes back, for me, it goes back to Nebraska and being in kind of wide open spaces, but also beautiful spaces, not flat. So that was kind of my big thing. So yours is that, you're cheersing to that. And then along that way, what countries are you putting on your list? And by the way, is this your final destination that you're looking for?
The compound, you mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it's seasons of life. Like sometimes you can look at it, maybe what I'm doing right now is kind of chaotic, but life's a journey, and there's certain times where it lines up and you just need to live life in that season. And I don't want to be a vagabond forever, but it's what I want to do right now. And so it's incredible, but loosely based. I've kind of been doing this loop, if you listen to how I outlined it before. So I actually got interrupted on this trip because of the wedding that I came back for, but next, it'll be Cape Town, Africa, supposing how the world's going. Quick little stop: Egypt, Israel, Jordan, India, Sri Lanka, Cambodia, Vietnam, Japan, China, Turkey, a couple stops in Europe, and then back to pick up the RV in 2025 so that we can start the RV trip.
Okay. I bet you're cheersing to quite a bit. Yeah, I love your. I've been to Cape. That's one of my favorites. If I ever had to flee the United States for any reason, you'd be able to find me there. There you go, FBI. No, I've got nothing wrong. Okay. But I've always been like, if I had ever had to just start all over, and that's where I'd go. Vietnam, Cambodia, and Thailand. Did that one. Those are amazing. I'll let you. Those are a great list. Love the list. Really quickly, RV. I'm going to give you some tips. Andre's traveled with me on an RV. I've had my wife, I've had my kid, and Andre, and a buddy. We've had people, and I had an RV, just sold it. I would have probably held on to it, sold it to you, or let you borrow it. But a big thing that what worked with us on RVing is don't pack in too many miles in a day. Always, these are my tips. No more than 250 miles in a day is a nice day. And you're like, well, that's not very much, but yeah, it is. You get a new location, a new kind of experience. Never take the interstate. Always take the highways, because you get those RVs going at 70, they start floating. And we call them big whales, the semis that would fly by you and all that kind of stuff. So take the highways, get to know that. Go as far north and as far south and east and west as you can. No disrespect, but stay out of the Midwest, because the campsites aren't as exciting and inviting as one would like. Stay in the Rockies, stay in the mountains, stay on the coast. That's my 2 cents when you get there on the RV thing. But RVs, to me, were an incredible experience. I think you're going to love that one. It's probably a great way to end it. I don't know if you're ending your travels, but you're definitely slowing them down and then starting to put some roots into the ground. Is that kind of the whole? The thing.
Seasons of life.
All right, cool. Well, I don't have an RV to sell you, but I bet somebody else in here does, because those things you do not want sitting, because mine was sitting and getting mouse infestation. Great experience. Love it. I love your journey. Your journey's pretty similar to mine, and as quickly I can relate to. So I love everything that you're standing for and how you've learned everything from your past. Anything you want to leave us with? Any final big hitter minors?
I would say this. If I could give any kind of insights from my journey, I would say a few things. I said it back at the beginning, but this is the journey forward. On this journey, there's so many noises and there's so much voice and there's so many things out there. And I can tell you as a case study that there is a path forward in this business, and this is something that you can do. And it's a worthy fight, and it is a long journey, but it's something to stick onto. And it has to be your own journey. There are, even like we were talking about, like the routines I do in the morning, these aren't things that I just do because somebody else did. I do them because I've had to boil down and figure out, what do I need to accomplish in the morning? What is important to me? What makes my days better? And when you create these things, you can learn from other people and you can grab some structures and things, but you have to be able to make this your journey. And you can't just expect that an indicator is going to tell you when to get in and when to get out, and you're not going to have to make the personal decision. You can't expect a signal group is going to give you these keys and you're not going to have to make the decision. It's your life. Nobody's coming to save you. You really got to grab it by the reins here. And I would say it doesn't have to be so hard. Whatever stage of life you're in, just keep that in mind. It doesn't have to be so hard. You make the rules. And if you're not careful, you stack the game where there is no chance you could possibly win. So fight that good fight. Understand it doesn't have to be too hard, and just make it your own journey. And that's what's fun about it. It's not fun to come in here and do things because somebody else is doing them. It's fun to be the controller of your own life. And if somebody with no high school diploma, no college education, no background, can come out of fuck all Arkansas and live a life on my terms, it can be done.
I've been preaching that choir line forever about if I can come out of a rural area in Nebraska and do all this and not have any experience. My dad grew up on or I grew up on as a hired hand. My dad was a hired hand on a hog farm. So that's even like, and all that kind of stuff. And then I come up, you can do it. The good fight you talked about, grab the reins. Somebody in here goes, run your own race. Doug said that, I believe, no, dog leg. And I always say even to the Top Step team, when I do company meetings, I go, you guys got to grab the bull by the horns in life. And if you don't do that, that's fine. You're not possibly going to get to where you want to go. Sounds like you're getting everywhere, like literally everywhere you want to go around the world, professionally, in your career. And, kudos to you, Korbs. You're leading people. You're passionate. You're motivated, or you're motivating. You're inspiring. I think that's why you've grown or gotten so big so quickly, or whatever you want to call it. So everybody click on Korbs' YouTube. Go check them out. Korbs, thanks for coming on here, man. Really appreciate what you're doing in this industry. We like soldiers like you and leaders like you, and having you lead people to future space. Top Step loves that. So thanks for coming on.
You got it, man. Always good to have you. Anytime.
Take care, buddy. Safe travels too.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye, guys.
Thank you very much, Korbs. We're going to do a quick top quiz today, so I have it up right now there. If you click the links that I shared, do that, or go to kahoot.it and enter in that PIN code. We're going to get set up here. So in the meantime, enjoy that lo-fi hip-hop music. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz for Wednesday, October 18th. I am Jack. I'm joined by Danielle. Danielle, what's up?
Hello. Great to be with you all.
Well, this will be exciting today. So we're playing like we have in the past couple weeks, where there will be 5 questions today. And if you get 4 or 5 right, then you will be in a random drawing to get one of 10 resets that I will send out and contact you tonight about. So sounds fun. What else to say? There's a time limit on the questions, but you no longer have to go fast as possible, except for bragging rights. There's a 6-second delay, so watch your device. That's where the questions will come. 442 people, my word. Who will be the last person in today? Korinif, Stop Runner. Bleh. He seems very excited about being here. Kano, well, I got to end at some point. Remember, we play every day. And remember, tomorrow's a special one. Right after this, we're doing group coaching with Hogue about the market profile. And tomorrow, Hogue has written the quiz. And this will be for winners tomorrow. It's 8 questions about the market profile. So steady up. Study up. Study up.
I will definitely be studying today. I will be in that session with you all.
All right. Who's going to be the last person in? Dano, 23, I think. Okay, I got to get this started right now.
Yeah.
Running behind time. Let's start the Kahoot. Top quiz. Let's do this thing.
All right.
2, 1, go. What is the largest animal ever to have lived on Earth? The Brontosaurus, the blue whale, a megalodon, or a woolly mammoth?
Okay, I know this.
And if you know things, because I know there's at least a couple questions in here that you absolutely know. So just wait until right now. You can say it with 3 seconds left.
Right, I'm going to say blue whale.
You are correct. It is indeed the blue whale. It's all been propaganda about how big the dinosaurs are. They weren't shit compared to the blue whale.
I hear they have feathers.
Yeah, blue whale, no feathers. We can see it. All right, let's see for bragging rights. Who's on top here? Spring Grain, 90 bid even. Somebody's a trader, which makes sense. All right. Next question. According to Hogue, the purpose of markets is to make you money, inform investors, facilitate trade, or make you quit trading.
Oh, man. Okay.
Any thoughts here?
I don't want to let Hogue down. This is a lot of pressure right now.
Said it earlier today.
Oh, I might have been trying to write that reset email at that moment. I'm going to say facilitate trades.
You are correct. It is to facilitate trade. You know, buyers and sellers come together to facilitate trade. That is the market.
Love it.
Yoshi of Mario fame is up there. Dan Trader, Nate Doggy Dog. Welcome up.
Love seeing Dan Trader up there. He's a frequent in the live chat.
Yeah. I love questions like that because I can't be wrong because Hogue said it today. It is the truth.
Love it.
All right. Next question. This is a 2-parter.
All right.
One. What state is MP from?
I know that.
Iowa, Nebraska, South Dakota, or Maine?
I hope you guys know this because Michael's dropped this a lot in the past week.
It'll be interesting to see. I bet this might be the highest percent right of all time.
Yeah, I could see how. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything. I know the answer. You know, I know the answer, though, Jeff.
Yes, I do. Yes, he is from Nebraska.
Yes.
Some people call him Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
Let me check the YouTube stuff here. Since it's Nebraska. They know it. All right. There's a follow-up question here that I think we'll see how easy this is.
All right.
I just added this in for fun. Hopefully MP's not watching. Oh, wait. Scoreboard. Casey, Dan Trader, Citra, BZ. Remember, just because you're in the leaderboard doesn't mean you've won. 4 or 5 correct, I will draw randomly from those and send out an email to 10 of you.
I would love the bragging rights, though. That feels good.
Yeah. Well, you're, 2 for 2 so far?
No, I'm 3. We did 3, right? Yeah, I'm 3 for 3. Let's go with number 4.
Okay. Number 4. In what ways did MP deviate from Topstep's trading best practices yesterday? Moving stops, adding to losers, trading during the dead-ass middle of the session, or all of these?
All right, I think I know the answer, but I will wait. This is great. I love the picture.
You could say it. I think it's just
all.
This one's self-evident. Yeah, it's just all of these. Maybe some people went quick there.
I love the picture that you picked of Michael because you can tell he's like very focused.
I just got to get one of his headshots sent. I've just been taking screenshots of the live feed for that's from today's episode. It's not
Oh, that's good.
flattering,
I
but
feel like he was in the trade in that moment.
yeah. So remember, have a trading buddy. Keep in line with that.
Yep.
Let's see what we got here. Okay, everything is going. Oh, who's replacing me on Topstep TV? No one. They got to figure out someone else to do it first. Okay. Scoreboard. I think that's 4. So we got one final question, and I can't. Oh, this one's a trading one, Danielle. It might be a little tricky, but
okay.
4, so maybe you'll get it.
I'm gonna try to break my record here. Let's go.
Okay. Last question. Which of these CME futures products has the largest tick value?
Okay.
How much money the tick is worth? Is it the ES, NQ, ZB, or CL? That is the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, the bond 30-year bond futures, and the crude oil futures.
Are you? Guess? I'm gonna go with crude oil. I think yesterday you said the tick in the ES is smaller than the NASDAQ?
No, a tick in the ES is bigger than a tick in the NASDAQ, but a tick in the ZB is 30 buckaroos. So that is bigger than those. In oil, it's 10. So let me see, because where are my bond people at?
I'll write that down for later in case you need it.
Where's my bond squad? Bond squad, rise up. Yeah, there we go. All right. Now, just for bragging rights, we will show the people that I guess answered the quickest and got all 5 right. Good for Brooke Lax Brooklyn to Dan Trader. And my good friend at number 1 is Florida Boss.
All right.
The boss.
Florida man.
All right. Florida man through and through. I will get the random winners while Hogue is doing his group coaching and paste them at the end. And then I'll send you an email tonight with that. And looks like people were fine with these questions. I feel like I didn't get any crazy stuff yet today. And Danielle, since you're here, the reset email's going out before 5 today.
Yes.
Correct?
I am literally writing the reset email right now. I'm creating the code, so just give me a little time. We're a scrappy little team over here, so just give me a little time. It's going to go out today. You will get it in your inbox before 5 p.m. Each active trader will get 1 free reset. So if you have 3 combines, you're still only getting 1 today. And then it will be active to redeem for a full week. So you have until next Wednesday, the 25th at 11:59 p.m. to redeem your 1 free reset if you are active in a trading combine today.
Awesome. It's fortuitous that you are here today because now we have this explained. All right. So I'm going to take a few minutes. Danielle, thank you so much for coming. 4 out of 5 is a new high watermark.
Awesome.
So you would have qualified today. So
all right. I feel like a winner. I'm gonna take this high and run with it the rest of the day. But yeah, I'm gonna go work on that email now. Thanks for everyone's patience on that, and thanks for everyone being flexible while we're trying new stuff for the fire drill today. Just trying to find a way to take a little strain off the systems, off the support team today. So appreciate everyone's patience.
We also straight up did not think we would get to that subscriber number, so it put us on the toes a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm definitely gonna make the next milestone harder.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean we won't have fire drills between now and then. I can still throw out a fun one every now and then.
Oh, yeah. We're not going to run fire drills every day from now to eternity. That would, I don't think Topstep would last for an eternity at that point. So.
Oh, but I do have more up my sleeve, so do not worry.
All right. Well, we'll see soon what's up Danielle's sleeve. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick coffee break and be back with the market profile legend himself, John A period, B period, C period Hoagland is going to be spreading his wisdom. You don't want to miss this. And if you're cynical, you don't want to miss this because the quiz is going to be on it tomorrow. We'll see you right after we get him set up.
All right.
Have a good one, guys.
Bye, y'all.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Topstep's group coaching session. We like to call it Let's Crush 2023. It's kind of amazing how soon I'm going to have to change that to 2024. Welcome, everybody. My name is John Hoagland. I'm a senior performance coach here at Topstep. I've got 40 years, industry years, more like 30, 31 as an active trader. I traded on the floor of the Mercantile Exchange for 20 years. Migrated to screen trading in 2009, and since 2011 through 2012, I have been here at Topstep, trading and hopefully helping traders develop here and get a greater knowledge of the futures industry and futures trading, and hopefully improving your performance, which is what today is all about. We're seeing a lot of questions about profile. What's a point of control? What's a naked point of control? What's value? What's a weak high? What's a weak low? And I'm going to be taking pieces of previous webinars that I've done to do my best at explaining what the profile is, talking about a lot of the vocabulary that I talk about and that we talk about sometimes on TopstepTV, and to give you a better kind of basic knowledge of what the market profile is, as well as some information about the volume profile. You'll probably see as we go through here that I'm much more partial to the market profile, but I'm always keeping an eye on the volume profile, because there are certain periods of time, there's certain things about it that I find more useful at certain periods of time than even the market profile. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start right off the bat just by talking about the market profile and how it is a different way to organize the information that the market is giving us. Many people, including Jim Dalton, who I call the godfather of the market profile, calls the profile market-generated information. It is not an indicator. It is not a tool where you're going to be able to wrap a specific strategy around it. It's more a tool to wrap context around the market. Okay, so when we're going to take a look at this finished profile, and we're going to put together a profile throughout this presentation, so you can see how it is put together. And we're going to start by talking about a little bit of the vocabulary and the different features of the profile. The first thing to recognize is, like any system of analysis, it takes time and experience to become proficient in its understanding. I have been looking and using the market profiles for 30 years as a trader, approximately 30 years as a trader. I didn't really have it for the first couple of really tough years as a trader, and I really kind of credit the market profile for keeping me in the markets for as long as I have. Information can become available in real time. In other words, market-generated information can be a non-lagging indication of potential changes in the market and in the marketplace. The information that becomes available in the profile sometimes can be severely contrary to popular opinion. I've noticed this already in TopstepTV when I'm thinking about taking a trade, and a whole bunch of people chime in and say, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. And then we watch the trade, play out to some degree in the favor that I was looking for. And nothing happens the same way ever twice. And once we do get the right answers, the market is going to change the questions. Of course, the one thing that remains constant is the ability of the market profile to provide that market-generated information. And like anything, you have to be honest in your review and in your competence of understanding the market profile. That's true of anything. If you're a technical analyst, if you're using indicators, whatever you're using, it takes time to become competent in using it reviewing your ability to recognize the situations and the opportunities with whatever tool you're using is, of course, going to take time, because we all know that we don't know what we don't know. 30 years I've been studying the profiles, and I still learn something from them very often. So the market profile is based on bell curve theory, the Gaussian bell curve theory, showing the concentration of acceptance through time in the middle of the bell curve, and areas of rejection or little or no time on the extremes. When this changes, when an area of balance is rejected, that is an indication of potential change in market state, market structure, and context. Okay, on the profiles, and I think that most of us are going to really kind of believe or feel that we're visual learners. I believe everybody is to a degree, but visual learners are going to learn a lot from looking at the market profile graphic. Okay, so these vivid visual changes that are going to occur as the market changes from balance to imbalance. If you were to get down to the cut and dry of it, markets are in two basic market states. I know people that rat hole market conditions and market context into up to 24 different market states. But when it comes down to the basics, the market is either in balance, range bound, consolidating, chopping, whatever word you want to use for a range bound market, and then it becomes directional, trending, one time framing. These are two basic market states that when you look at a profile that is finished, will be obvious. Well, the market was balanced here. It fell out of balance and moved to another area of trade, and a new area of balance began. The market spends most of its time in balance. It spends less of the time in directional activity, trending, whatever you want to call it, in the day time frame. So the vocabularies in and around the market profile, the time price opportunity, the TPO, it's each of these little building blocks. Point of control, a lot of folks wonder what that is. In market profile, it is the widest line of TPOs that's closest to the center of the range. The point of control is considered the fairest price of the day. It's been the most visited price for the entire session. Value areas. Well, this red caret right here indicates the TPO point of control. This purple one indicates the volume point of control. The volume point of control is the highest volume single price. It is also can be considered the fairest price of the day. It attracted the most volume. Okay. The initial balance, we talk about that quite a bit on TopstepTV. The initial balance is, generally speaking, the first hour of trade. On this platform, it's represented by this dark blue line. The opening range, the first minute of trade. There are lots of different ways that people use the opening range. Some people look at a 30-second opening range. Some look at a 5-minute, a 10-minute, a 15-minute opening range. Some people actually call the initial balance the opening range. Be consistent in how you use the opening range. Therefore, you'll get consistent results and consistent information for review. The opening range is an old pit term. When the bell rang, there were brokers that had orders that were due fills right on the open. If it was a quiet day, the opening range may take 3 ticks and 20 seconds to establish. If it was a busy day, the opening range may take 5 full points or handles, if you will, and 3 minutes to finish. But in electronic trading, if there's something I want to get done Right away, I think a minute is long enough. Therefore, I use 1 minute for the opening range. Now, one of the features and one of the nuances of the market profile are buying and selling tails. This C period, these two little TPOs sticking out the top here, indicate a selling tail. Price got too expensive. Buyers wouldn't buy it there anymore. Sellers quickly moved price back into the body of the profile. We do not have a buying tail at the bottom of this profile. One little TPO sticking out is not excess. We're going to talk more about poor, unfinished highs and lows as we go on. There are also some things called anomalies. An anomaly is anything that really doesn't fit in the profile, and we'll see more examples of that later. Now, the one thing that I kind of went past on this is the value area. The value area high and the value area low. In market profile, it should be, I think, 67.5% of the time in this range is spent between here and here. I just expanded to 70%. So at the end of this day, we know that value was between this price and this price according to time. Volume value, the same value high and a little bit different value low. What is the major difference between volume profile and TPO or market profile? The constant in market profile, TPO profile, is time. Each 30-minute bar is represented by a different letter or a different block. Those blocks are all stacked up to the left axis so that we can create our Gaussian bell curve, so we can see where value is and where we may be trading outside of value. So in TPO or market profile, the constant is time, the variable is price. Price can go anywhere at any time, but as long as we keep the time constant, we're going to get this picture of the Gaussian bell curve and when price may be leaving an area of balance, seeking new trade facilitation. What is the market's job? The market's job is to facilitate trade. Price will always be seeking the level where traders, investors, whatever it is, are comfortable conducting business, where buyers meet sellers. That's where balance is. When that changes, when there's stronger sellers and few buyers, price is going to move lower. You're going to get a directional move. Then once the market finds that area of price that is perceived as value, you will return to two-sided trade. I would call this a two-sided trade profile. The market opened, it looked above the initial balance, it rotated back down below the initial balance, and finished the day right in the middle of the range. This was a range-bound day. Okay. The volume profile, however, price is always the variable, but volume is the constant. Now, volume is constantly changing, but in collecting the volume the way the volume profile does, it becomes the constant. If the market is spending a lot of time here, it makes sense that somewhere in that area, the volume is also going to increase at that level over time. So price always the variable. In TPO profile, time is the constant, volume is the constant. Now, it's kind of blows my mind, or it strips my gears a little bit to say, well, volume's always changing. Well, yes, but as long as we continue to stack the volume per price, it can then become the constant. So the building blocks of profile, a little bit of a review here, but each little bar, each little block here represents one tick. The A period is the first 30 minutes. So the opening range, the first minute of the session, initial balance, the first hour of the session, value area, where 70% of time has been spent based on the position of the point of control. Okay. Point of control, the widest line of TPOs closest to the center of the range. Okay. It's considered the fairest price of the day. It's been most visited, therefore it is considered the fairest price of the day. It's a comfort level. And when we start to look at naked points of control, you'll see how powerful these naked points of control can be. The excess or rejection. A period left single TPOs here and the price started moving higher. This is a buying tail. Price was perceived as too cheap for sellers to continue. Buyers took over, and the market has become now directional to the upside. We would call these buying tails and or selling tails excess. In other words, a period opened, looked lower, and left quickly, creating excess. Excess, rejection, buying tails, selling tails, all mean basically the same thing. So when we look at this profile, and I know we're not seeing the actual letters, there's some features that we want to take a look at here. 6, this is a weak high. There is no excess on that high. If you were watching TopstepTV today, I gave Michael a caveat, and because we had put in a weak low earlier in the session, at the low of the session, I said, look out, Michael, because this is likely to be revisited at some point today. And boy, was it. The market extended relatively substantially below that level. It is now returned to balance, but the weak highs and weak lows are areas where the market hasn't proven to be unfair. An excess high is unfair to buyers. Sellers will take over. So in this particular market, the market looked, opening range is close to the high of the day. We took one look above it, not a strong high. The market rotates lower. Point of control ends up being it by the end of the day at this price. Why? Because it's the widest line of TPOs closest to the center of the price. It's considered the fairest price of the day. When we start to look day over day at profiles, sometimes we'll get what we call an afternoon high. This afternoon pullback high pointed to right here can be an important level in the next trading day. It's where buyers failed to rotate price higher and the market continued its move to the downside. An anomaly is anything that sticks out that doesn't fit. Typically an anomaly we're going to call a single TPO sticking out the side of the profile graphic. This little TPO sticking out here is an eyesore and has a big magnetic property in future possible trades and opportunities. When we look at the point of control, it looks like an anomaly as well. And then the late spike. A late spike is when the market drives lower and closes. In other words, cash close. This is the S&Ps. If the 2:30 to 3 o'clock bar extended the range and closed down here, it doesn't get time to show acceptance through time. So we look at the next day and we say, well, did we open below the late spike? That's a good probability of acceptance of lower pricing. Even opening inside the late spike is kind of a secondary, but a pretty good probability of acceptance of lower pricing. When that happens, I look for opportunities to sell the market when it exhibits strength. Okay, so we're going to put together a profile almost, I guess, in real time, right? So here we have our opening range. We have the first half of our initial balance. The A period, first 30 minutes, ranges from this price to this price. Each price gets a TPO, a time price opportunity. What the hell does time price opportunity mean? Well, the market traded at a price at a time where you had an opportunity to trade it. The time was here, the price was here, you had the opportunity to take a trade. So the first 30-minute range is right here. B period opens up and extends the range lower below the low of B period. So when we take a look at the first 30 minutes, the point of control, the TPO point of control, is right in the middle of the range. It's the widest line of TPOs closest to the center of the range. That's where it has to be. But B period opens up and extends the range and the initial balance lower. What does that do to the point of control? Point of control starts out moving lower. It went from here to here due to the range extension. So now this becomes the fairest price of the day. Value, basically just kind of showing, obviously, I mean, 70% of the trade is going to be between here and here. We only have one price bar overlap here, and that's going to basically give us our value area. Volume, a little bit low down here. Volume value is a little bit tighter. C period opens up, doesn't take out the low of B, and begins to rotate back higher. Does it change the point of control, the position of the point of control? It does not, because C period comes back to the center of the range. The center of the range remains the widest line of TPOs horizontally, closest to the center of the range. The one thing that we do notice did change is the volume point of control. Volume is presenting as a little bit higher here already. We have a degree of excess on the low. We've moved point of control higher. D period opens up, takes out the high of B and C, but doesn't take out the high of A. So right now we have excess at the high, we have excess at the low, and we have the volume point of control moving actually back lower, closer to the center of the range and the TPO point of control. So through 4 30-minute periods, right now, we are looking at a normal trading day. A normal trading day is a day that never extends outside the initial balance. Normal trading days are extremely rare. Rarely do we see a range that does not extend outside the initial balance. Let's move along. E period. E period comes, trades up to here, takes out our excess on the high here. Now we have a weak high. It has now also moved our point of control higher. Now this becomes the widest line of TPOs closest to the center of the range. Is the point of control migration telling us something? We have excess at the low, no excess at the high. As the day goes on, we're seeing our point of control move higher. E period took out our excess at the high. F period moves point of control yet a tick higher. Our volume point of control remains here. F period doesn't take out the high of E or A. Still low excess high here. So you can see every 30-minute period, we put the range, each tick gets a TPO, and everything is pushed to the left. So we can see if our bell curve is symmetrical or asymmetrical. Right now, we're creating an asymmetrical bell curve. The market is spending more time creating more volume at higher levels. We have an excess low, we have a low excess high. The next 30-minute bar, G period, comes and tests below value. Doesn't change the point of control. Point of control is going to be pretty much landlocked at this level relatively soon. H period trades from here to here, takes a look down below G, puts in a kind of a poor low there, but we know we have excess at the low and a low excess high. We've got a high point of control. We've got an asymmetrical bell curve. What does this profile look at the end, like at the end of the day? B period buying tail remains. We extend the range higher. We extend the range higher yet again. We finally find excess at the top here, and then the market closes. Point of control remains here. It was going to be pretty much landlocked there anyways over time. But now you've got, I think, hopefully a better idea of how the profile graphic is created. Okay. Now, when we look at the volume profile, we don't see some of the detail that we do see in the market profile. When I look at this volume profile, there's not a lot of volume here, but I can't tell if this is an excess low or if it's just low volume. Okay. Do we have, I'm trying to move the chart. We have excess high here, but I wouldn't be able to see that in the volume profile. So the volume profile, while it has its uses, I don't think produces as much information as the market profile. So if we were to split this profile into vertical lines, this platform actually gives me the open and the close for each 30-minute bar. We're basically looking at a 30-minute chart. A 30-minute chart. That's what we're looking at when we're looking at this. Just the fact that the information is organized in a different way is indicative of how the profile graphic can change your view of what we might see on a 30-minute chart. Now, I look at 30-minute charts because I look at profile because they're congruent. They're very similar in time frame. Consistent time frame, I believe, is very important in anything that we're doing in trading. Okay, so we've put together a market profile together. We've seen how the market profile lines up very nicely with the 30-minute chart. This is the diffusion of innovation. It is a Gaussian bell curve. When there is a new innovation, let's call it, in 1982, the CD player came out. They were really expensive, but the first people who bought them had the most time to enjoy them. They were the innovators. Then the early adopters came. Then you've got the early majority, the late majority, and the laggards. Well, I mean, what are we looking at here? We're looking at basically 68% is value area. Value area. If we put this on its side, here's a bell curve. Now, if we're in two-sided trade, innovators were the buyers here. The last to buy it up here were the laggards, but you can almost put that Gaussian bell curve right up here. Innovators, early adopters, buyers at this level, early majority still can profit. Late majority, you're going to get less opportunity of profit and you're going to increase your risk, and your laggards are going to be the ones that are going to buy it here. On the other side of it, the innovators would be the sellers up here, early adopters, early majorities, and so on and so forth. And this is in a rotational market. In a directional market, your innovators were the ones buying down here, the early adopters, early majority, late majority, and the laggards were the last ones to buy it at the high here. So the Gaussian bell curve, to be able to recognize range bound trade, you got a little bit of a Gaussian bell curve, but then the market, something changed and the market became directional. So there are different types of day types, and I don't want to get too involved in all of that here just yet. The non-trend day, or this is a normal trading day, right? The initial balance is the extremes of the entire session. These are rare. Typically, you may see a normal day or a non-trend day, which is a very small range with very little or no range extension outside the initial balance before a holiday. Before a holiday. Double distribution trend day. Balance, bell curve, time, something changes, price moves swiftly away from that and begins to create a new area of balance. Double distribution trend days happen a lot during economic releases that occur later on in the day. A trend day is basically a day with the opening range at the low of the day, dead ass low. Usually there will be a degree of excess down here on this particular graphic. There isn't, but the market drives higher. Every 30-minute bar is a higher low, higher high. This is a trend day. Now, what we see most of all is a normal variation day. A neutral extreme day is a lopsided bell curve. Now, it can mean one of two things. Long liquidation, the B shape gives you the long liquidation. A P shape gives you short covering. And remember that these neutral extreme, if this is long liquidation is actually taking initiative selling away from the marketplace. A normal variation neutral or center day is a day that did a good job of facilitating trade. What's the market's job? Oh yeah, it's to facilitate trade. If the market has finished its ability to facilitate trade, price may move to a new level to facilitate trade. So the market's job, again, facilitate trade. I don't want to overdo that. So when we're looking at the profile, when we're looking at anything, we should be asking ourselves, what is the market attempting to do if it's attempting to do anything? Is it attempting to go higher? If so, how good of a job is it doing getting there? So on the opening call, we talk about volume and open interest. A market that is consistently moving higher on higher volume and open interest is more likely to go that way. So if I were to look at a market like that, and I would say, well, price is moving higher on higher volume and higher open interest. The market is moving higher and it's doing a good job. I'm looking to buy weakness in that market. The same is true in the opposite direction. If the market is moving lower on at least maintaining or increasing volume and open interest is coming in, additional open interest, that is a strong auction. I'm not going to fight that. I'm going to find opportunities to sell it when it exhibits strength. Now, there's a couple other things here. This is a true poor high. C period traded up to here. D period took out one little tick right above it and then moves back to the downside. When I see a poor high or a poor low, I think about a bunch of kids standing around a pool and they're not sure if it's cold. So one kid finally sticks his toe in and says, it's too cold right now. Let's come back later. I'm going to show you an example in real time that happened today in the NASDAQ about how a poor high or a poor low, weak high, weak low indicates an unfinished auction. We see a poor high or a poor low. This is an unfinished upside auction. It doesn't have to be revisited that day. It can be days later or sometimes even weeks later. By that time, it's pretty much moot. But anomalies, again, anything that sticks out, anything that doesn't seem to fit a smooth bell curve, okay? So there's, different things about the auction process. There's time. Is the market continuing to spend time? That's acceptance. Volume, also acceptance. Value, that's the area of value. Open interest. Is money coming in this direction or is it leaving in this direction? Confidence, conviction, direction, momentum. These are all things that we can use subjectively to look for opportunities. So I'm going to move on here to naked points of control. This is the regular trading hour session profiles on Tradeovate. The Tradeovate and the Trading View also extends points of control into the future. So what we're looking at here is the S&Ps, the December S&Ps, today's profile right here. And so where did we trade to? Well, this is the TPO point of control from yesterday, right up here. We didn't quite get there today. We did, however, get to the naked point of control, volume, and TPO points of control from this session here. Do we have any leftovers down below? No, not. I mean, we would probably have to go pretty far back to find it. We do have one, and it's on my TradingView chart. This volume, this TPO point of control right here, I think we were looking at 37, 36, that area here. It's yet to be revisited. What do you see? If this market continues lower, this is a visual target that is likely to be revisited if we check lower. Do we have anything left above? We have this little TPO up here. But when we look back, I mean, look at how disorganized this move to the downside was. We left points of control, TPO point of control right here, TPO point of control right here. Look at when the market pulled back where it went to. So we had these that were extended, market moved lower, didn't leave any naked points of control here, but when the market returned back to this area, the target was the volume / TPO point of control on the way back up. Naked points of control are magnets for price. If traders are focusing on a specific price level, they have a tendency to bring price to that level. Here we have another naked point of control. TPO point of control here was checked that day. Nothing left, nothing left, nothing left, nothing left. Bit of an anomaly down here. That'll be interesting. We have one TPO point of control left in 3 weeks of trading. Wouldn't surprise me to see price get down to that level today. Wouldn't surprise me. Now, the NASDAQ today, we had a weak low, poor low, as a matter of fact. Weak low, poor low. Here it is. A period traded down to here. B period came down and took out the low of A period by one TPO. One TPO. Now, in the NASDAQ, because it's such a volatile instrument, I use 4-tick TPOs. Doesn't change the fact that the market looked below A period, little to no excess at the bottom. I said, Michael, I'm kind of nervous about that weak low. Be careful if you're looking for longs. We had 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4 lows right here. This is definitely a weak low, and look at where the point of control ended up being. Okay, so you could go back and listen to it on YouTube if you want to, but at the end of B period, I said, Michael, there's a weak low here. I'm not that interested in being long anymore because of that. B period left excess, a selling tail, excess. Auctions, the auction process dies in excess. It dies in excess. Now, hang on 1 second. Let me make sure I've got everything covered here. Okay. All right. So, okay. So I'm gonna run to the questions here. Okay. All right. So There are videos that are on our YouTube channel that I think, provide for you. And it's about market profile and the auction process.
Hogue, I think that we'll also probably cut this. In fact, we will. We're going to cut this session out and post it to YouTube as a standalone.
Okay. All right. Well, then, I won't put that in there because, I mean, a lot of this information is still is from that session. I don't really get into the auction process too much, but I just want to answer some of the questions here, and then we'll let everybody get back down to business. Okay. Let me see if I can find the beginning of it. Maybe I'll just start at the bottom and get what I can get done. When you look at the market profile, you look only at regular trading hours or including the electronic trading hours. This is a really, really good question. So this is this one has the regular trading hour session as well as the overnight session. If I'm going to be looking at the overnight session market profile, it has to be separate. And there's only two things or three things that I'm focusing on in the overnight profile. It's the high, it's the low, and it's the point of control. I want to know what the overnight high and what the overnight low was always. And I want to know where the fairest price of the overnight was. And that's it. So generally speaking, I'm looking at the overnight session using just the 30-minute chart. Because then I can see what the overnight high and the overnight low is. Too much of this on the chart, and it tends to confuse me. And if I were to add the overnight sessions on here, it would end up screwing up some of the TPO extensions. I'm sorry, some of the point of control extensions, so that I wouldn't be able to see my naked points of control. It's kind of funny they call them naked points of control. The only reason they call them that is because they have not been revisited. We've got one TPO point of control. I know it's hard to see on this platform. It's a little gray line right here. If I expand it, maybe you can see it better. There it is. So there's the widest line of TPOs from that day. The point of control comes across, and we'll see if it gets revisited. We'll see if it gets revisited. We'll try and remember to talk about that. There's a really good question. Is this info extendable to the SPY also? Any market, any stock, anything that can be bought or sold as part of the auction process, of an auction process, and I believe that the market profile can be equally as valuable in anything that you can buy or sell. It wouldn't surprise me to see the producer of a product, let's just call them widgets. And the company that sells widgets is doing studies to find out the right area to price their widgets. So they're going to price them high and they're going to price them low. And once they find the equilibrium where people are actually buying them, but not emptying the shelves of them, that's where they're going to find value. And it's just the same thing. If you look at Kelly's Blue Book, you're looking for a car. They create a bell curve of what's too expensive for that car, what's too cheap for that car, and where the majority of the transactions have occurred. It's anything that has an auction. Okay? Equity guys probably don't. I don't think anybody that trades Forex understands the market profile either. I don't think that there is a platform for Forex that provides the profiles for you. And then one thing about that is you're going to also be missing the volume in Forex. Okay? So So it's to be at it's better to enter on a thin profile. Well, at the thin ends of the profile. So, let's say here, one of the things about the profiles is the earlier you can figure out what day type you're going to have, the better off you're going to be. I mean, let's look at yesterday. So we opened, we looked lower, we drove higher. We continued to drive higher until we got up to here. A little bit of excess up here. If I'm going to do anything here in the middle of a day that ends up range bound, my risk is all the way down here for longs. My risk is all the way up here for shorts. But if I time it right, if I get to the end of the auction where volume dries up, buyers won't buy it anymore and sellers will take over, then I can take this move to the downside. Now, yesterday, during the interview, we got up to 44.19, which is my weekly kickoff high. Normally, and in my own account, I would take that trade and put 10 points of risk on it because it's an important inflection level. Now, I didn't have enough space in the account that I use for TopstepTV, so I got stopped out on that, and then watched it go all the way down. But that doesn't mean that's what happened to me outside of that account. So, but if it was an important inflection level, volume was dying out on the way up. We put a degree of excess at the high. We were above value. This is a better place to take a short than this is any day. Any day. The only time I'll take a trade at point of control is in a directional market. A directional market. Okay, so I'm always focusing on the extremes. Here's a little hint, and we talked about this during I don't remember when we talked about it. It was this week, but when you think about the initial balance, it's about 65 to 70% of the time when one extreme of the initial balance will be an extreme of the regular trading hour session. Watch. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. So 4 out of the first 5. So we're looking at 80%. Ooh, just a little bit of a look. We won't call that an extreme. So 4 out of 6. 5 out of 7. No. 5 out of 7. 5 out of 8. 6 out of 9. No. 6 out of 10. So we're at 60%. 6 out of 10. 7 out of 11. 8 out of 12. No. 8 out of 12. 8 out of 13. 9 out of 14. 9 out of 14. We'll just get to 20. 9 out of 14. 10 out of 15. 11 out of 16. 12 out of 17. 13 out of 18. 13 out of 19. 14 out of 20. So better than 70%. Approximately. So if you can pick the right end, you're going to be all right. The problem is early in the session, how do you know? How do you know which one? Okay. Renard, this isn't magic. It's how the markets work, right? If you really want to get into, get yourself this book, Mind Over Markets by James Dalton. Jim doesn't even like this book anymore, but there's an abridged version to it where he's added some information. And then read this one, Markets and Profile. This one gets a lot closer to a little bit more technical information in it. Great books. And there are lots of good books about market profile. The original text is called Markets and Market Logic. It's by a gentleman who's still with us, like Jim Dalton is, by the name of Pete Stottlemyre. They were both kind of working on this theory, you know, kind of at the same time. But again, I have to remind you, it's not an indicator. It's not going to say buy here and sell there. It's a tool to put the market in context of the auction process. Now, the next time we get this deep into the profiles, we're going to go deeper. We're going to get into volume, open interest, and delta, which I know is a kind of a touchy subject because so many platforms do not provide regular trading hour delta. But I'll show you an example of one of the most stark examples of open interest volume, open interest, directional activity, and delta that I've ever seen. It was in gold in early 2022. I will show that to you the next time we get together and we kind of focus on the auction process this way. And you know, if you're in a market, I mean, you're asking about crude. Here's the crude TPOs. Here's the crude. Here's today's market profile. Here it is on the other platform. Same thing. Same thing. And a little anomaly down here. Little anomaly. We have excess low, low excess high, no gap close. We get down to that anomaly. Holy cow! That's that. Well, I mean, we're about to close here in gold, so not that impressed by anything that I'm going to see for the next 20 minutes here, but it works and I hate even using the word work. Nothing works. It's up to our ability to use the information to make it work for us. There isn't an indicator that works. There's no technical analysis that works. It's up to us. It's up to us. Is this part of how I build my weekly kickoff levels? You betcha. You betcha it is. You betcha. So, everything we talked about today, of course, is for educational purposes only. We didn't talk about the purchase or sale of anything. Make sure you're familiar with the CFTC disclaimer. Just take a quick look at it. I should probably have it memorized by now, but just protect yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. I want to finish this with one of my dad's wisdoms. And I'm sure he stole this from somebody, like he stole most of his wisdoms, but he was a trader for 40 years on the Chicago Board of Trade during the heyday of the grains. And he was always, pretty quick to give me enough rope to hang myself, but always there to laugh at me when I was down. And he always said, it's not the things that you don't do it's not the things you do that you will regret. It's the things you don't do. It's the things you don't do that you will regret, not the things you do. So do what you got to do. I was watching Korbs and Michael. It was a great interview. He's much like me, believes that just about anybody can really do this. It's a matter of doing the things that are in your best interest with everything you do. Do the homework, learn, figure out what works for you, because something that works for me isn't going to work the same way for anybody else. And I just look forward to the success of everybody. I know that that's not possible, but I want to see as many people as we can get to succeed at this. And I will look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow on the opening call. And when we get enough thoughts, we get enough ideas, we get enough questions, we'll kind of review this and move a little bit further down the road into the auction process. Blessings to you all. Trade well, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Okay, because we're cutting that for YouTube, I didn't want to butt in, but just for the record, I'm about to display. These are the winners from Top Quiz today, or their names on it. So see your name here. I'll send you an email this evening. But great session as usual. We'll get that put on YouTube. I'm going to watch it again because I have to do some stuff in the background, but great stuff.
Thanks, Jack.
All right. With that, Hogue already signed off, so I guess there's not much left to do here. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 8. In the meantime, have a great rest of the day, and we'll see you then. Goodbye, everybody. Have a good one.
Have a good one, everyone.